Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in 1 minute. If you mind to join us in this main room as people are coming. So, first of all, I would like to welcome you to the Wisekey Davos event. This is an event that we have been doing for 17 years. I remember the first time when we started to bring issues such as cybersecurity, identity management into the discussion. This year is a year which is very exciting as we are also covering issues related to the Web 3.0, the metaverse, NFTs, satellites, and so on. But before we start with the official program of Wisekey, I would like to once again host the Tecacor Roundtable. This is something we have done in the last 3 editions, so with the break, obviously, of the COVID break. And the Tecacor is an initiative where Wisekey is very proud to be. It is an initiative launched a few years ago that now includes 150 global technology companies to advance responsible behavior and discourage escalation in conflict in cyberspace. So we, as a cybersecurity company, we have a responsibility to secure the internet. We do have a responsibility to work among ourselves and combine our talents as a way to provide a unique response and a strong response to the problems that the society is facing. I have the honor to have with me today Mr. Brad Smith, President and Vice Chair of Microsoft, an amazing visionary, a writer as well. His book, it is actually a reference to everything that's happening now. So I would like to start this evening by just welcome him together with the rest of the group and give him the microphone for our initial keynote. Brad, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. The good news for everybody is that keynote is probably too big a word for the few thoughts that I'll offer at the beginning. But first, let me just say thank you to you and to Wisekey. I've had the chance to be here before. Thank you to the people who are part of this panel who are doing great work, and you'll hear more from them. I just would just offer 2 thoughts about where we are today and why I think this conversation is so important. The first is I really feel that with the passage of time, the principles that are in the Tecacor, have proven to be even more important. There's fundamentally 4 principles, but it really starts with the notion that those of us who work in the tech sector have a responsibility to work together to defend our customers from cyber attacks from other people. It's fundamentally about the defensive role that we play in the world, that we refrain from helping governments attack innocent civilians, that we work together, to build capacity and to respond when people are in need. And it was a great thing when it started. It has become, I think, even better over time because people like the ones you're going to hear from have made it real. They've taken on specific projects. We've worked together around the world. And it has led to pragmatic benefits. And that's why we're up to 150 signatories from, I think it's 29 countries. It's quite a substantial number. So this is an international coalition of the tech sector. But the second thing I would just highlight is that I think as we come together in 2022, this is in fact more important than ever. We fashioned all of this, frankly, with this view that there was this level of hostility in cyberspace that was taking place nonetheless at a time when the world was at peace. And cyber attacks didn't feel like peace, but they were also a step short of war, at least as it was conventionally and commonly understood. But what we're seeing in Ukraine is a real war that has added cyber attacks in a coordinated way to attacks that involve cruise missiles and artillery shells and tanks and troops on the ground. And so we're seeing cyber weapons being used to augment and coordinate with other forms of attacks as well. And of course, some of this is against Ukrainian military targets, but most of it is not. As we've been working with the Ukrainian government, most of the attacks are in fact against what we would regard as civilian targets, civilian parts of the government, IT companies like those that have signed the Tecacor, banks, agriculture companies, airports, nuclear power plants. You know, in so many instances, we've either seen distinct attacks designed to destroy computers with wiper software to destroy all the data onto hard disks, whether it be data or applications and operating systems. We've seen attacks coordinated to take down a network to make it easier to then take down a site by sending in troops or by bombing something like an airfield. So this is something we haven't had to deal with before. And frankly, it is now the world in which we will always live. One where we have to protect people in times of peace, and then we have to defend them even more in times of war. Interestingly, and the last thing I'll say is, if you really talk to people who for the last 180 years have been focused on humanitarian needs and humanitarian obligations in times of war, it's really been about the role of governments. Governments fight wars, not companies. And if you talk to the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, which is really the creator of the first and all four of the Geneva Conventions, they would say, well, you know, usually when there's a war, all the businesses leave. And in some ways that has been true in this war. There have been businesses who've left Russia. But you know, cyberspace is not a territorial space the way that the land or the sea or the air is. It spans around the world. There are many days where, as I've said, the front line in the cyber war between Russia and Ukraine actually runs through Seattle, where our threat intelligence experts work. Tech companies don't get to leave a cyber war the way companies and businesses leave conventional wars. Our customers depend on us to continue to help protect and defend them. So everything that we have been talking about the last few years, frankly, everything that Wisekey first brought here to Davos 17 years ago is no less important, it is more. So a huge thanks to what everybody's doing. A huge thanks to all of you who've been part of this. Every year I think, wow, it's hard to imagine this becoming even more important or more dramatic, and for better and mostly for worse, every year it does. So it needs us even more. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know that you're very busy. It is very reassuring for us to have somebody like you and Microsoft in the line of defense, and I think everybody needs companies with your leadership to solve very complex problems. Then 17 years ago we started to see coming, but now they are there. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Brad. All the best. So thank you very much. I will just encourage the team in the back, if you don't mind, to join us as a way not to use the background, just having conversations, because we get the noise here. So thank you very much for the panel. And again, we are all very proud to be part of this Tecacor initiative. I have an amazing panel. I have actually the chance to have Alisa back with us. You were 3 years ago, VP Global Head of Public Policy and Cloudflare. We have also Jimmy Collier, Senior Threat Intelligence Advisor, Mandiant. We have John Clay, VP of Intelligent Trend Micro. And we have Mark, huge President of Security, DXC Technology. I'm going to repeat again, please. Gentlemen, you mind to, or otherwise we close the door, huh? If you don't mind, because I'm getting the background noise. Maybe, do you mind to close the door, David? David, you just maybe close the door, is easier. Okay, so I'm going to start with a set of questions that have been prepared by several experts, as we want to go as deep as we can on the subject. I'm going to start with Alisa. So the tech industry has unique insights into the cyber dimension of this conflict, which we are facing in Ukraine. What kind of activities have your company observed leading up and then during the invasion of Ukraine? Any factual details on how you have been handling that situation?
Sure, thank you, and thank you for having me here.
Sure.
You know, I think one of the things that we've seen in the Ukraine conflict is that there is a bit of a narrative that there haven't been many cyber conflicts, and I think to some degree that's true, but it's not entirely true. And I think this panel is actually a really interesting piece, because what we have seen is that this hybrid warfare idea. So I think when people are thinking about cyber attacks, they're thinking about things that are debilitating in and of themselves. And I don't think that's what we've seen. I think what we've seen are sort of disruptive attacks. And I want to give a few examples. So in the lead up to the invasion, one of the things that we saw relatively early on, even before the invasion actually started, was a series of DDoS attacks. And we saw them sort of popping up in different places, and they weren't particularly sophisticated attacks, but they were on things like banks and critical infrastructure, and things that actually matter to real people. So if the site goes down, it has an effect on real people. And I think you can ask yourself, what is the intention of an attack like that? But ultimately, it sort of felt like there was an intent to make the population worry, right? Things are going to work. Things aren't going to work. Things are going to be a problem, et cetera, et cetera. And I think I want to give another example, because I think, again, this idea of a blended attack is a really interesting one. So one of the things that we saw, so actually after that piece, we actually realized we could play a role. So I will say, we realized that the kind of company that we are, we could actually help prevent a lot of those attacks. So we reached out to a bunch of Ukrainian organizations and started onboarding so we could actually make sure those attacks didn't have an effect. And then I guess I want to push a little later in the conflict. So early May, one of the things that we saw was that the Russians started occupying different places in Ukraine. And we saw that they occupied Kherson. And one of the things we saw, if you were watching sort of connectivity in Kherson, you saw the connectivity drop off. So the idea of an internet shutdown as a tool of war, potentially, so that people couldn't get access. And then what happened next was really interesting. If you were watching, if you're in the sort of network space and you understand how traffic flows, you saw the traffic get rerouted. So instead of going through the normal course, it started going through Russian telecoms, which have a lot of different screening mechanisms on them, which actually can change what individuals see. So just to give an example of things that you saw, none of those are things that are debilitating cyber attacks. They aren't what people have in mind as, we've seen something that's a significant cyber attack, but they certainly had an effect on the conflict.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I remember a few years ago when Estonia got what we call the first, was a cyber war or cyber attack. What is the difference between what happened then in Estonia and what is happening now with this hybrid model? Maybe I give you that question, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Estonia, it was a denial of service attack. There wasn't anything, I think now we would look at that and say it's not, particularly interesting in many ways, aside from the broader geopolitical context. I think it was interesting on those DDoS attacks we saw more recently, is that they were actually combined with SMS campaigns. So you had Russian operators effectively sending texts to Ukrainian citizens. So again, they're checking that their bank is offline. They are worried. It's the psychological impact that we're now seeing increasingly interwoven into cyber operations. And I think if you look at some of the operations we're seeing in Ukraine right now, it's a combination of different types of cyber operations taking place in conjunction. So you might see a website defaced at the same time that, say, wiper malware is being deployed. And it's to create that disruptive impact, but an impact that has psychological repercussions for the population as a whole.
And do you think because the technology is exponential and we obviously have advanced enormously in each of those components of the technology, and those attacks are more relevant now, are more difficult to mitigate?
I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily more difficult to mitigate. I think we can be really optimistic about the progress we're making as well. If you look at some of the malware that we've detected that's targeted cyber-physical systems and operational technology, industrial control systems, we've actually been able to detect and prevent a lot of that in the country. So despite that being a sector that's increasingly digitalizing, we can make progress, and I think we can be optimistic at the same time.
Very good. Mark, in terms of the norms, I mean, governments are obviously copying from other governments' best practices on how to defend themselves. What are the most essential norms or responsible state behavior that should be guided government cyber operation, especially amid armed conflict?
Well, the UN has talked a lot about the norms that are being established, and we hear a lot about that, and clearly that hasn't necessarily been the case at all, because a lot of the adoption of those norms we haven't yet seen taken up. But there are some ground rules that we've been successful. A lot of things people say that we haven't been successful in, but actually to establish some ground rules and those norms have been successful. It's the execution and take of that, which I think is where we need to see it. And we need to think of those in the context of what Brad was saying as far as the ICRC and the work on the convention is concerned, in terms of the fact that cyber is now a domain, if you want, as it's often referred to in this type of conflict, alongside sort of, land, sea, air, and everything else. And we're seeing, I think, the point around this is that how you then adopt those norms in this new domain is going to be critical, and we need to accelerate towards that quickly. And I think in some respects, the conflict that we're seeing and the way in which those norms are becoming more obvious about how that should be done. And of course, they're sort of quite straightforward when you think about it. But to sort of pick one or two about, we should attack our capability for life type services like water, like healthcare, for example. And those are things that I think that we should really concentrate on now, accelerating, as we can see the impact of this type of stuff, especially because the sort of things that we've been seeing are quite availability focused. So they've been denying capability to allow things to work. And that is, when we think about the norms, that's exactly what they're at. So what I think we should be calling for and seeing now, even during the conflict, but certainly now coming together much more to say, let's take those norms and let's actually make them happen, because there is a mutual benefit to having this work. And it's not like this is the first time we've seen this either. I think we have mentioned Estonia, we've talked about Georgia, we've talked about other conflict areas. We haven't necessarily seen the integration of cyber in the domain in the way in which we've seen it this time, but it's not brand new. And I think the urgency, therefore, to take up those norms and actually get on and execute them and put them in place has never been greater.
And in terms of the norms, is any information sharing process between organizations, enterprises, about what you are personally learning inside your own organization? Absolutely.
So, at DXC we have a lot of ability to, a lot of customers that we work with globally, and through things like the Tecacor. It's not just me, I'm not just saying here because I'm sitting here today, but it genuinely is the case that we're seeing now sharing happening in all sorts of different ways. And let's not forget, at DXC we had a number of thousands of staff in Ukraine, and so let's not forget the people. We're going to start with people here, and about how we managed specifically to ensure that we brought our staff to safety and moved them to safe locations and make sure that they continue to operate as well. And it's been an unbelievable response from the staff themselves. So sharing information, not just on the level of cyber, because it's what we're here to talk about, but also other things as well. How do you deal with the conundrum where potentially banking systems aren't available? How do you pay people and all the rest of it? Things like that, very practical considerations as well. So it's not just information sharing about the things that we're really bothered about on this panel, and more broadly around cyber, and how we can use that information to actually detect. And I think that's probably the one area where, when we talk about information sharing, that is detecting those signals that allow us then to concentrate our effort to be able to ensure that the effects that are trying to be achieved can't be achieved, is probably the area where I've seen information sharing being most practical. But it's many different aspects of information sharing.
Very good, thank you very much. John, what kind of cooperation is needed moving forward between governments and the technology industry and other stakeholders to detect reckless and irresponsible behavior in cyberspace, while accepting it as a new domain of conflict that is there to stay?
Yeah, Mark already talked a little bit about the sharing aspect. Obviously, governments need to look at how are they going to deal with cyber in a hybrid warfare type of atmosphere. The sharing process is really critical for, especially on cyber, because government doesn't have access to all of the data and where the data is coming from and what type of data is out there. Whereas a lot of us in the private industry, we have customers that are affected in these regions, and we can obtain that intelligence, that threat intelligence, and then share it among, whether it's among the industry, like we've done with the wipers. If you saw the wipers, they were shared out to everybody, so you could get those IOCs and you could protect your network from those. But we can also share those with the government, and I think that's, we're starting to see more and more public partnerships coming about, whether it's through the Cyber Tech Accord or whether it's through other capabilities and organizations. But it's critical because you're not going to see everything in a cyber war. We don't see everything that Mandiant sees. We don't see everything that DXC sees or Cloudflare sees. But between all of us, we can provide very good protection and capabilities and intelligence to the governments and to private industry. So the more we can affect that, and the more we can build upon what we've started here through this process, I think is going to be better off for everybody.
Absolutely. So, Alison, during 9/11, one of the criticisms was the information was not shared, right? And the agencies were very slow in informing other agencies about the threats. Has that changed now? Are we more efficient now?
You know, I think there's been a pretty significant effort to think about how we can share, including actually some efforts at WEF. I think one of the things that we've seen a lot is there's a recognition of exactly that point, right? There's a recognition that a lot of what happens and the visibility is in the private sector, but a lot of the action potentially is on the government side. And I think we are starting to learn new ways to do that. I think one thing to sort of flag on the cyber sharing side, we have to think about ways of doing it across borders effectively where it doesn't raise broader concerns, right? So we're not talking about sharing personal data. We're not talking about we're thinking about sharing things that are potentially effective. And I think it's a very important piece because we need to build systems and muscles that enable us to do it. I also actually just quickly want to jump in on the norms point. I think one thing that is worth thinking about on the norms piece, particularly in the conflict area, there are norms around armed conflict that have been around for a very long time. So if you think about international humanitarian law and sort of underlying principles of being proportionate in your targeting, making sure that it's necessary and proportionate from a military necessity standpoint. Not targeting civilians, right? These are all concepts that can be applied. I think the point, though, is it's very challenging to figure out how they apply in cyberspace and to what extent there's overlap. And I think that's the work that needs to be done. I think this conflict will help draw it out in some ways.
One of the, go ahead.
Yeah, and conversely, I'll pick up on the information sharing as well. And I think this is something that many governmental organizations are recognizing. If you see, I'm sure many people will be familiar with the work that CISA has done recently with the JCDC in terms of absolutely recognizing that it was only a few years ago that we were really fumbling around, I'd say, as an industry, perhaps many in the room here, about, well, who do you go to? And each one had a slightly different response in terms of which pick your agency. And I'm not just talking about the US, I'm talking about many others as well. And you can see two things I think are happening as far as information sharing is concerned. One is that more clear lines of actual sharing. And then secondly, also, when that information is being shared, that the response now is less one of, you must share it so we can just suck it up, but actually one much more of, there is actually we need you in with others. And I think it's back to what John was saying about how the fact that we as private industry, where most of this exists, then come together to working with governments in a way in which that can be done. And there is a reciprocal essence to that as well, not just being a one-way. It felt a few years ago that it was very much a one-way track. So that sharing piece, I think, is easier. But frankly, we've got a long way to go yet, because some of the things that we've seen, not just in the context of this hybrid conflict, but also in other events that we've seen, is we're still fumbling around a bit. We still think that in some cases it's certain companies know a lot, and they do, but often it's not the biggest companies who know the critical pieces of information. So how do we broaden that out to make sure that that can be brought to the fore as necessary? So long way to go yet, I think, but progress.
Yeah, and I would just add one thing. You mentioned the one way. Government does need to come back to private and give us information that they have as well as part of this conflict, because it is going to be a two-way street, and that's going to help everybody. Because one-way streets don't work very well. Two-way streets are a much better option especially in cyber.
I think the last thing to say on this as well is that not all information is created equal. And actually, I'm a bit skeptical of the term information sharing, because when we look at a lot of organizations that really need help with cybersecurity right now, they don't necessarily have the resources and the capacity right now to take a load of logs or whatever sort of information we're talking about and process it and analyze it. So I think you know, I prefer looking at it in terms of building a collective view of intelligence, where we're looking at, you know, the unique capability of each organization, as we've discussed, where there's missing gaps, how we can all work together, but not just work together in the collection piece of that, but in the analysis and the synthesis, so that what we're providing is something that's really actionable. It's, you know, we could look at, say, indicators of compromise, or we could look at something like a Yara rule that potentially allows us to be more proactive in discovering threats. So I think if we can take on a lot of that heavy lifting as industry, you know, we can really empower the entire community.
I remember when I was in the UN, I've been 15 years in the UN on the cybersecurity team, and one of the things we were forbidding actually was to talk to private sector, because the UN only talks to international organizations and government. That has changed. I know that Tecacor has been instrumental in creating the bridges with international organizations in Paris, in New York, and other. Don't you think that we have now the capability to create something, an early warning system on cybersecurity, so the attacks are less destroyable? I mean, those attacks still today than we are facing in critical infrastructure, hospital. They are damaging attacks. Can we, with the technology we have, limit the destruction that those attacks generate?
Well, I think all of us have support like the Cyber Tecacor, which is do no harm, but also protect your customers. Yeah. And that's what we all do for our customers, is we're gonna throw out and make sure they're protected. And again, we pull that information, whether it's from the government sharing or the private sector sharing that information to us, and we share that to our customers to make sure they're protected from day one. So like the wipers I mentioned before, we got those IOCs, we put those out, and all of our customers are protected at that point. You mentioned, you know, that things be done. So CISA, we mentioned CISA earlier. They've just put out the known exploitable vulnerability database, where they are now adding in vulnerabilities. And I know the private sector is submitting a lot of those exploits and vulnerabilities that are being actively exploited. So the 0 days aren't 0 days anymore, and they become end days. Yeah. So those kind of programs, I think, are going to be key to helping minimize the damage that happens out there, for sure. And then the use of AI, you guys have a lot of the AI stuff over AI and machine learning. Those technologies are fabulous at helping identify unknown threats. The pattern matching that was done years and years ago in the industry helps, but it's not as good for the unknown type of threats that are going out there. So as we start deploying those newer technologies, those new next generation technologies, those will also improve the ability for companies to help that.
But AI requires data, efficient data, and high quality data, right? So are data, cybersecurity data depositories available where AI can do some analysis? Do they exist?
They do. There is a number of those available today, and again, if you, I know at least in the U.S. federal government, there's some CISA and some of the other agencies have some databases that are accessible. The other nice thing that government has done is put on regulations in terms of making sure that these IOCs are in a format that can be pulled in by any organization. So that's another role that government can play, is help put standards out there and regulations out there to make sure the threat intelligence sharing process is very efficient and very clean. And so MITRE framework, the framework that they're doing now, attack framework, is fabulous for information sharing. So you can go to MITRE attack framework, put in one of the attack groups, and it'll give you all of the information that they are, you know, how they do their attacks, what they use in their attacks. All of that is available to anybody in the world.
Amazing. Yeah, please.
I think I want to add on to that. I think, you know, one of the challenges I think that we see in the space is that you're now talking about sophisticated actors often, right? And I think one of the things that's important to us as a company are that tools are available to a lot of different people. And so, you know, we have a huge range of services, and one of the things that we try to do is we try to make them easily accessible. We want a small NGO to be able to protect themselves. That is really important to us. And I think, you know, often when we get into the world of cybersecurity, it sounds, we're talking about, you know, sophisticated IOCs, we're talking about APTs, we're talking about all these things that, you know, your normal, you know, mom and pop shop or your normal small business, doesn't understand. And so how do we as a group, right, how do we take tools and make sure not only that it's information sharing, but that it's accessible and that it's tools that somebody can implement relatively easily, and that it's not just large enterprises that have background, because those aren't the only people who are attacked, right? So we, in the context of Ukraine, we have a program where we provide free services to civil society groups, and we have more than 100 in Ukraine on purpose, or in the Ukraine in the region, because we want to make sure that they don't suffer the same kinds of attacks, because if they go down, that's a problem too. And so I think it's tool sets, it's information sharing. I think it's all the things that we've been talking about all combined.
One of the things that is happening actually now, and we saw that many years ago in the UN, is that the internet is being fractioned. Basically, the internet in China is not the same than internet anywhere else. So with that complexity of the internet becoming like not anymore an internet, but kind of extranet, how can we protect users and organizations? I mean, we could develop mechanisms in China that could be impossible to track because they are using different IPs. So any of you have views on that?
I think from my side, it's always worth remembering, regardless of what's going on, where an adversary is based, they're coming after our network.
Yeah.
And that actually gives us a unique advantage because it's effectively our home turf. We've got the visibility there. We are in control of the different security mechanisms, the different security controls that we can introduce there. So I think focusing very much on ourselves and taking responsibility there and feeling empowered that actually if we understand how the adversaries can move through that attack life cycle, move through our networks, if we can take that information and use it to invest in the right areas and to have that focus. I think we talk a lot about the latest and greatest scary threat. I think we also need to talk about eliminating some of the distraction in the industry. But if we can get that focus, and connect our security resources to the threat landscape, then we're in a place where we can be really proactive and be ready for those threats.
Yeah.
Can I,
please go ahead.
I'll add on to that too. Sorry, not to talk again.
Sure. Love it.
I think the other thing that is really important, more from the government side, is that we recognize that we need information sharing across borders, and we need mechanisms for governments to work with each other. So what you don't want is governments sort of hunkering down, not having conversations with other governments, because that isn't going to protect any of them, right? I think that the idea has to be that cyberspace, like many things, is across borders, and that means governments have to work together across borders to protect people. And I think we all sort of recognize that in our various companies. I think, and governments recognize it too, but I think it's sometimes a harder slog.
Yeah.
I think again, we've seen quite a lot actually recently in the sort of those conglomerates of communities, US, UK, Canada, Australia and co, where you've seen quite a lot of joint announcements. Even in the last couple of days, we've seen lots of those things, especially around Ukraine. The wipe stuff, they all came out as joint things, which I think is a step in the right direction. But there's a lot more to the world than just that. So as we well know, so really encouraging that now, fostering that to make sure that we expand that. And it becomes much more extensible, I think, is really, really important. And I think hopefully will be more. So there is some stuff happening, but there's a long way to go yet.
You actually postulated something very interesting as a tactic, potentially. If a country can sever their internet access to the world and still operate internally inside that country, that could be a good mechanism to keep external actors from targeting their citizens or targeting their businesses or whatever. So, but most of us know the internet isn't set up that way, and it's probably almost impossible. China may be the closest to that, but I think in terms of just keeping the world moving and keeping people in, being able to get information and run businesses and processes. That is going to be a challenge for the foreseeable future.
One of the things the Tecacor I think is unique is that it brings big companies, small companies, SMEs working together in a collaborative sharing information, sharing technology approach, which I think is one of the reasons why it's growing. I mean, out of the 150 companies, members, there is a lot of small, medium-sized enterprises such as Wisekey, which learns from you guys on many things and then obviously help us to defend our clients. Is that something that you see as as something that needs to be accelerated? What is your view individually as a big company is dealing with the small, medium-sized enterprises and private sector?
Well, one of the reasons we became a founding member of the Cyber Tech Accord is because the intention is to bring in organizations from all over the world and all types of industries. So it's not just a cybersecurity tech accord, right? It comprises of businesses that have nothing to do with cybersecurity, but they can bring their own types of information and knowledge to the tech accord, the others in the tech accord, to help improve cybersecurity around the world. The other aspect, obviously, is the ability to support the government discussions and get governments discussing cybersecurity in a way that has to be discussed, especially now that we've got hybrid warfare, cyber warfare actually happening. That's a huge part of that needs to be addressed by government, but government needs advice, and the advice can come from these small, medium, and large businesses, for sure.
The thing I would add to that on the Tech Accord side, I agree with all that. I think the thing I would add to that on the Tech Accord side, and I think one of the sort of objectives of the Tech Accord going into the norms conversation was they set up a set of principles that a lot of different companies can agree to. And the idea is if you have enough private sector companies, and not just the big companies, the small companies, the medium-sized companies, agreeing to a set of principles that you weren't going to be used for attack purposes, right? That you're going to protect all your customers everywhere, which is one of those concepts, that you're going to be sharing, you're building something bigger than yourself. So the idea that I think all of us, from a company standpoint, you look at those principles and you think, that's something that I agree to, that our companies agree to, that we want to be part of, and that's a big deal. And I think you realize you have a collective voice that's bigger than just a single company.
Yeah. Alyssa, you made the point earlier as well. I mean, I think that purpose is a really strong unifying thing, and one of the reasons why we're so keen to be involved in that. But also, you made the point earlier about how you flow down, and you were saying about, Carlos, about how you flow down technology to make it easy to consume. And let's face it, as a security industry more broadly, we're very good at dreaming up new stuff and layering in more controls and seemingly making it more complex. I see that there is a real tipping point, and a lot of our customers, even large enterprises, really struggle with that, as we all know. Boy, when you get down into smaller organizations when faced with that. So I see a natural evolution to your question, I think, is about how do we actually bake in more of those things that are the must-dos. And for any of us involved in the security space, there's lots of things you can do. And I'm sure Jamie will tell us more than anyone here that actually when being involved in the sort of things that Mandiant are involved in, when you come down to it, there are a few things that seem to trip up most organizations all the time. And if only we did those things a lot better, then we could create a much better, more secure environment. And I think it's those sorts of things where we, again, as a tech accord, need to look at how do we provision and make sure that those sets of tools are perhaps easier to consume, more available to those customers, and not only to customers but also to others as well. And yes, there'll always be a place for much more sophisticated AI correlation, contextualized threat intelligence that allows you to do things but at least you'll perhaps deal with a lot more of the noise in the system, which is more the lower level stuff that we see quite a lot of as well, by having that technical capability more in the fabric of the sort of IT services generally across the sort of member organizations of the Tech Accord.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly echo all of that, and I think actually security is a lot more boring than the security industry would have you believe. Often the attacks aren't that exciting. Often we see the same things happen time and time again. And that is actually room for optimism, because as Mark said, there's a small number of security controls, small number of things we can do that have an outsized impact. And I think if we stay true to that, that's really important. And to your points earlier, Alyssa, about making the tools accessible, providing a simple message. It's very easy for us to get overexcited about AI in cybersecurity, about supply chain compromise, the latest and greatest attack vector. But there are these kind of quite simple messages that we should be promoting. I think on the broader point on SMEs and the role of the Tech Accord, I think it's also to challenge governments in some ways. I think if you look at that cyber policy community, there's a lot of progress we've made, but I think you could ask some pretty piercing questions on what they've done for the network defense community, which is slightly different, a layer down. And I think what the industry voice can really do is to try and keep that community honest and talk about, well, what do network defenders What do incident responders, what do red teams, what do they need from the cyber policy community? And that's really, if we can kind of build, I think, if you went to Davos 10 years ago, there probably wasn't many cybersecurity talks, but they'd be talking about public-private collaboration. They'd be saying the same things that we say now, getting to a slightly more operational view, a slightly more pragmatic view that's really serious on the details. I think that's what industry can bring.
I think actually 10 years ago, even 17 years ago, the cybersecurity was viewed not as an essential thing to be worried about it. Even big companies, at that time preferred to put money on advertising than cybersecurity. Obviously, the situation had changed. Do you think I give you a good example here in Switzerland. Switzerland is now a member of NATO, is not in the European Union cybersecurity backend, it's not a member of the UK, United States backend. It's actually alone, right, in front of a very big battle, and this is a very rich society with financial institutions. Many counties have been hacked in the last 6 months. We had hacks at the county level because we, as a country, this is not a decentralized country. Do you think this type of governments can do it themselves, or rather just say, look, take care of my cybersecurity concerns. I cannot handle that. I don't have the people, the infrastructure, and sometimes the officials to do so. Do you think this is going to happen in the future? Small countries are going to be requesting help from companies like yours and us to assist them in protecting them?
Well, I think they already do, and increasingly so. But I think there's a very clear distinction that we must always draw: country, small country, count on or county or not, which is, and large enterprise equally, is whose risk is it? So there's one thing that you can never outsource, and that is the risk, because it ultimately is the risk. And understanding how then you can contextualize, because we often use terms like threats and risks slightly interchangeably. You have threats, you then have an entity that is operating. How you match those threats then leads to, well, what risk does that pose to you? And that whole process of working that through and understanding what that is, and then creating the control framework where you can get organizations like the ones represented here to then do a lot of that work, to then provide the actionable intelligence within that risk framework. But ultimately, that first part, which I see many organizations slightly off, sometimes trying to make the mistake of saying, just do everything. It doesn't work like that, because ultimately there is that need to really be able to understand and contextualize what you're doing. But the straight answer to the question is, yep, we already do. I think that will increase. I think there are, as I said, some of those tools, especially in the more perhaps sophisticated end of when you correlate stuff, there's tooling in there that requires skills that are quite scarce. And so that it just stands to reason that where you can scale and have that operational capability of understanding, where someone like us, like DXC, we have literally thousands of people doing this stuff. Even a large enterprise, which isn't an IT services company like we are, might only have one or two. And in the current job market and everything else, it might be very hard to retain that type of skill. So just through necessity, we see that. But with the caveat that even when we have that level of concentration of skill, you always end up with the point that the risk ultimately belongs to whether it's a canton, county, public organization, and that's how that work has to be contextualized.
Any other views?
I would concur with that. We as an organization provide managed services to our customers, and these customers are anything from small business all the way to very large enterprise, because you talked about the scarcity. I think we have 4 million job openings in cybersecurity worldwide right now, so there's a huge scarcity in that. And then if you break that down into the threat hunting group, the threat hunters who are trying to actually find these threats inside the networks, it's a very small percentage of people that have that skill set. So they are, even the very large enterprises are coming to the experts who have that managed service ability, have the experts that they've trained for years to actually monitor their network, and they monitor the other customer network, and they're monitoring government networks for this, because governments are in the same boat that private industry is. They have lack of resources, lack of funding, lack of skills, personnel. So you're definitely going to see it grow in the future. As it's just like you can break business into small, medium, and large enterprise. You can do the same with governments. There's small governments, medium-sized governments, and large governments. But all of them are going to still need those capabilities.
One question about kinetics attacks. I mean, attacks that you can see with tanks, bombs are obviously very impressive and people realize about the danger. But cyber attacks are silent. You don't see it. So where from your experience those cyber attacks are mainly happening? What are the sectors that they are being cyber attacked? Is that infrastructure? Is that hospitals? Is that power plants? Where you think we are now and where we're going to be? Whoever wants to answer that.
First, I would disagree that the attacks are silent or not seen, because just take a look at ransomware. If you get hit with ransomware, there's a big thing on your screen that says you've been ransomed by Conti or by Revel or somebody like that. So it's definitely, if ransomware is the most visible threat that I've ever seen. I've been in cybersecurity for 25 years. I've never seen anything similar to that, but you know, we're seeing it all over the place. I mean, every industry is being targeted, but there are a few industries that are being targeted more than others. Financial, because they got a lot of money, but government, education, and those are two of the really bad ones, because they are probably the biggest shortages of personnel. They got the worst budgets to be able to support a cybersecurity platform or something. So that's where it's all over the place, though. The criminals don't care where you are. They will target you if you can pay money.
I'd say as well, absolutely. I mean, almost going one stage further. I mean, we talk in the triumvirate of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And obviously, we've seen a big shift in the cyber landscape from confidentiality targeted attacks, where, you know, often in the past people would say, well, you know, okay, yes, information was lost, but I've still got it, because, you know, copies were taken. So there was that sort of almost slightly can't quite get a hold of it. As John was just saying, ransomware, availability type of attacks, it's pretty obvious. It doesn't work. But let's go one stage further, because then taking it to the real nub of this, the kinetic type of outcome. We have seen that. We've seen the water valve manipulation, for example. I think it was in the US. We've seen a blast furnace. That's a few years ago now, but nonetheless. So we have seen, absolutely. Well, Estonia we saw as well. We talked earlier about DDoS, but again, that's maybe slightly different. But there are actual outcomes, physical, destructive outcomes of cyber. They are well documented. They are there. I don't think they're going away. And whilst I have the microphone, I'm just going to talk about the I. No one talks about integrity. No one talks about, what about if threat actors now, instead of just stopping stuff from working or just stealing information, manipulated certain pieces and said, look, you don't know that you can't trust your data any longer in the same way, or you can't trust this or can't trust that. You know, things have been manipulated and changed, and so the integrity of some of the data has been undermined, unless, you know, there's an extortion play there as well. Well, there we go. There we go. So, you know, lots of different aspects of, but certainly a lot of kinetic happening.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and I think the integrity piece, we have seen a little bit more of it, right? You've seen people try to get into people's accounts and change content. So it can be a really powerful thing to break into someone's account using a cyber attack and then use social media, for example, to disseminate a message that they didn't put in, right? There are a lot of things that you can do in that space. I think, you know, I sort of smiled when you said industry, because I think what you realize is that the possibilities are across the board, and it sort of depends on the actors. So if you're a criminal actor, what do you want, right? Or if you're a nation state, what do you want? If you start looking at that and thinking about it from a motivation standpoint, you know, if you're a kid who's just trying to be disruptive, what's the likelihood? It can almost hit anyone. I think that's the challenge. That doesn't mean that's not a scare tactic. I don't mean it as that, actually. I think that it's just an understanding that this is a tool set, as with many other things, that can be used for lots of different purposes.
I think the challenge then becomes, you know, there's threats across all industries. It's to actually delve into what that means for my organization. Whether it's a different sector, but even within the same sector, if I'm leading an energy or utilities organization right now, the risk profile within Ukraine would be completely different to, say, the Middle East. We're talking about completely different threat groups.
Totally.
Russia or Iran, for instance. So, you know, while some of the threats are universal, or they are sector agnostic, some ransomware groups are like that, for example. Other ransomware groups are incredibly focused on certain sectors. So I think, again, it's if we can educate ourselves on the specific risks and the specific areas of concern for our industry, again, it goes back to that point of focus, and we can actually strip away a lot of the things that maybe we don't need to be so concerned about.
I would just add, I kind of threw out the misinformation, disinformation campaigns, because we saw those early on in the conflict. Because if I can mislead the citizenry in what's actually occurring, it helps me out, right? We also are starting to see deep fakes. So if I think about deep faking the leader of a country who's dealing with something, and you throw that out, and it's total misinformation campaign. So I think, in the future, when we think about a hybrid conflict, besides DDoSing and doing wipers, you're going to see misinformation, disinformation campaigns starting very, very early in the process. The other thing I would mention is Ukraine experienced an attack against their energy grid and the energy sector years ago by Russia, and that was probably a precursor in them learning and teaching themselves how to do that in the future. And that's one of the things we're seeing with critical infrastructure, is we're seeing a lot of attacks that aren't necessarily, they're not destructive. They get in, they do something, they figure it out, and then they're gone. They're not looking to be destructive, but they're learning, and it's education-based. So that's what I get scared about when I start seeing those types of attacks that aren't really attacks. They're just get in, get out, and just learn what's happening.
The issue of trust is an essential issue. I think the latest development, for instance, of Kaspersky, don't use them because they might be connected to the Russians on the antivirus. It's where do we inspire ourselves to define who is whom and who is doing what?
I think, again, it goes back to that point of taking responsibility, right? It's looking at what we can do on our network, right? There's a lot of these questions flying around on all sides of the globe, whether it's for American companies, Russian companies, et cetera. But I think for me, if we can, take it back to the basics, going back to those kind of common security controls, things like that, I think that's just where we should be focusing on.
And maybe the role of the international organizations, because this is exactly the objective, original design of them, right? To be interoperable in what concerns trust. I mean, when you go to the United Nations, you have Chinese, Russians, American, all sitting in the same Security Council, right? The name security says. So I think the exchange of interoperability between those countries is important, and we need to get there somewhere. Yeah. Any views on that? Maybe I don't know if you work in Promenade in the last days, but you see it everywhere, the metaverse, the Web 3.0, the NFTs, and it's a young generation which are so innovative and coming with those amazing ideas. But when you ask them about cybersecurity questions, they say, what? Cybersecurity? No, I am not concerned about that. Well, the Web 3.0 is only an extension of the Web 2.0, so they aren't going to inherit the same issues that we have. Are your companies involved in anything of that? Are you thinking on how you're going to basically protect the cybersecurity of the next generation of the internet?
Well, I actually think we're seeing some positive signals there. I mean, some of those specific areas like the metaverse make me already feel like I'm a very old man because I don't understand any of it, and I'm very skeptical about it all. But I think it's reasonable to assume that people aren't going to be interested in cybersecurity. I don't think we should expect people to really engage with our space. I think what we want to do is to make it as easy as possible. Yeah. When I first had an iPhone back however long that was, I had to kind of request a software update. Right now, my phone is telling me we are going to update your software overnight unless you explicitly tell me not to, effectively. So making it easy, making it seamless, different ways to log in that make it easy. Face ID, all of those sorts of things that are making it seamless, making it easy. I think that's where we need to go. Yeah.
I remember when cars came into the society, there were a lot of accidents because people didn't have driving license. There were no red lights. There was not even brakes. So a lot of people die. And then slowly we started to realize that a car was a dangerous thing, and you have to regulate, put traffic lights, driving license. And people started to adopt all those measures and reduce the risk. I think this is basically applied to the same thing on cybersecurity, right? We have to educate because a lot of the issues related to cybersecurity cybersecurity, for instance, what I mentioned before on the attacks we had in Switzerland, is because the government officials working in these organizations were really totally ignorant in what concerns any cybersecurity risk. You know, they didn't change their passwords, they leave their email open, endless issues. Yeah.
Just to pick up on one thing about that world, you know, what we have to, people don't necessarily compute this, which is, remember, us as identity, us as me sitting here as my identity, this will, in the very near future, my identity, the majority of my identity won't be this.
Yeah.
It's my, you know, it's my virtual identity in some way, shape, or form, and that is just a fact, right? So that the establishing identity won't be about me physically at all.
Yeah.
In the very so it's the way in which we bake in as an industry to ensure that we get better at making sure that we can actually establish and authenticate, to use the word, and that's not just about me personally, it's also about the machine-to-machine environments as well.
Yeah, and I talked about this the other day with a person. We were talking about, you know, how do we improve cybersecurity in the future? And, you know, today, if you go to school, you know, our kids going to school aren't really necessarily taught cybersecurity. It's not a class that they teach. So one of the initiatives we've been doing for over 10 years is called Internet Safety for Kids and Family. We've trained over 2 million children, teachers, parents on how kids can become good digital citizens, because the next generation is who's going to have to take on this when they do the Web 3.0 and the metaverse. They're going to be the ones who are doing it. Sure. You know, it's not going to be the older generation likely. So teaching them the proper way to use technology, the proper way to deal with trust. You know, their person isn't going to be their identity, right? How are you going to identify a human in the future? It's going to be very difficult. Because a lot of that stuff is going to be technology-based. Technology will always have vulnerabilities that can be exploited and taken advantage of by malicious actors. So, but yeah, let's concentrate on the next generation and get them going.
You know, definitely true. I think that future scares me. I'm not going to lie. I think I might be a little too old for that not to be anything other than scary. But, you know, I actually think history is useful, you know, just looking back on sort of the advent of the web, where people didn't have security in mind at all. No. And so they built an entire network without even an inkling of security. Everything was about just connecting networks, right? And so we built this entire world, and now we've spent, you know, if you think about since the beginning of the web, we've started slowly build stuff on top of it. We've slowly started to secure it. Yeah. I think the difference of a Web 3.0 is that you are absolutely going to still make mistakes. There's absolutely going to be things that are not secure, but they're not coming at it as potentially naively as the founders of the web were at the time, which is, you know, perfectly appropriate for the time. They at least know that there is this thing out there that can be abused, that can be exploited in various ways. And so my hope is that the learning curve is a little bit shorter. It doesn't mean that people won't make mistakes, there won't be attacks, but at least they're going to be a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, but when we talk about attack, we always see an attack, but there are other things happening on the internet now, like illicit trade, $2 trillion economy growing exponentially, which is going to move to the metaverse, by the way, because the metaverse is the next destination. On where when you talk to the new generation, then say my avatar will be me, as you say, and I will send that avatar to participate into conferences, to access education. I don't need to do it myself. I'll let the avatar be me doing that, and after return to me all the information he has collected on the metaverse. It sounds great, but we know people that have been in cybersecurity for many years that this is actually wishful thinking, that this is going to be a serious problem on how we're going to have our virtual identities transferred to the metaverse. I would like to open maybe the floor. I don't know if we cover all the issues or all the points that you think we need to cover. If you have any other you can raise that you would like to participate. Otherwise, maybe we can open the floor to any questions that you might have from the audience. Don't feel intimidated, just any question. Yeah.
Because you work with the United Nations, and maybe do you think there is a chance to enable the governments to collaborate more if it comes from there, or the business as usual of the UN?
No, I mean, the UN, it needs to be differentiate the political UN in New York with the specialized agencies, which are mainly in Geneva, right? And they have a very concrete mandates, you know, like WHO on health, ITU on telecommunication. Yeah, but the United Nations has, for instance, some kind of centralized cybersecurity unit. In Geneva is the United Nations International Computing Center that provides cybersecurity.
The answer is no.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a short answer, yes, it's no.
Actually, I'm not sure I fully agree with that. I think, the UN has actually tried to do a bunch of things, right? So they've open-ended working group, and you have the group of government experts, and
Yeah.
you have all of these sort of things that have been set up to help develop some of the norms. I think the UN is a complicated organization for lots of reasons that many people probably know well, and I think just because.
Can we envision a better one, like you were saying? Yes, now there are the group of Canada, but can we envision a better entity?
I think progress can be made. Maybe let's go optimistic there, right? Do I think every single government, do I think Russia is going to sign up for a set of principles that's put out? Maybe not. But maybe there's still development, there's still positive things that can happen from it.
But also, we're seeing now something we never saw before, right? So with a cyber war happening, hopefully that opens up the channels of discussion and collaboration, because it's not going to be the last time we see this, unfortunately. As we know, the world is going to do things, right? I'm hopeful that it will get better, but the biggest challenge you're going to be is, can we get all countries? And that's, I'm pretty doubtful that.
This will be with more countries.
More countries, okay.
I mean, look, let's not, history is important here in many respects. What was it, 1863, when the first Geneva Convention came in, it happened, right? And then it was modified consistently. So these things are possible, and Geneva Convention that exists at the moment, has I know it's not quite UN, and I'm not so good on which institution does what, but look, what I'm saying is that there are institutions there. There is a precedent there for organizations coming together, recognizing that there are things and lines that for humanitarian reasons shouldn't be crossed. So I am optimistic. I'm sort of slightly in a situation where I wish more had happened now already, but I think, as John and Alyssa were saying, the conflict perhaps brings this more to the fore, and perhaps gives us an opportunity to accelerate.
One thing on the UN, the UN are mainly analog organizations. They are in the process of getting digital, but the process is slow, as they are complex organizations represented by the entire world. So every country vote counts, and reaching consensus is difficult. But I think, for instance, Brad Smith this morning with the digital convention, the Geneva Digital Convention, to trying to stimulate the same convention that helped peace and security around the world to be brought to the internet. We are talking also about the Human Commission on Human Rights to create the digital human rights, which does not exist. We have human rights to protect ourselves as a human, but what about this avatar that we're going to create in the future? What about if we create those processes? So it's a discussion in progress, and I think they're doing a great job to make it happen. Yeah.
What I would say is that there's no shortage of multinational organizations, and I think the more interesting question for me is where each comes in, right? So I think the UN has a role at that very high level in areas like norm building, etc. But I think what's really important for cyber policymakers and the cybersecurity community as a whole is to explore the full spectrum of different entities and cooperative bodies, and make sure that we are spending the right amount of time and doing the right sort of things within the right institution. Because all of these different institutions, they want influence as well. They want to make sure that they're covering cyber, but we want to make sure that we're doing that in a really smart way. So where does the EU come in? Where does does NATO just protect NATO networks, or does it have a much broader remit, right? So there's all these sorts of questions, but I think actually a lot of what we see going on when it comes to cooperation in cybersecurity is amongst, say, computer emergency response teams, and it's a completely different thing as well. So I think it's just making sure we focus on the right areas, and we maximize the utility of each international organization.
So I think our metaverse friends are having fun there. Not all. You have, exactly. You're a metaverse cybersecurity friend. Thank you very much. So any further questions, please, to the panel? Yeah, go ahead, Gunther. Yeah.
Now, you're all talking about the very dramatic things at the global scale. I'm going to now talk about the dramatic things at my family scale. When my son of 13 says, "Dad, I've learned how to hack my teacher's mailbox," what do you do? I mean, where's the ethics? I mean, because we have a young generation, and I put it in a different context, that doesn't think that hacking is such a bad idea. It's fun. And yet they learn it, and they even have courses on YouTube and that teach you how to do it. You know, so I think, I mean, I was shocked. I mean, he's 13, huh? And he showed me how he hacked his teacher, and you know, and he was proud of it. He thought Dad was going to be proud of it as well. Well, to be honest, deep inside, I said, "Wow, I wish I could do that. I could have done that." But on the other hand, I'm saying, "My God, you know," because he's not the only one. The whole class had fun doing it, and so I just want to be questioning the ethics in education. You know, where is it? Because it clearly is not considered by the young generation as being something very bad all the time.
I would actually push back on that slightly, because I think we need to destigmatize hacking. Because there's a lot of the cybersecurity industry is red teaming, it's testing defenses, and to do that.
And if I just may, MIT has a course about hacking, and yeah, so I just wanted to underline that I agree with you.
Yeah, so that's the point though. So that as a skill set, it is something that we should be encouraging, but it's how we do it in the right way. And going after a school or your teacher isn't the right way to do it. So it has to be ethical. We have to make sure, I think for me, that we're not just bringing out that skill set, but we're capturing the career pathways. You know, how often do we see on the news some kid getting into some really serious trouble, right? And I always think that is in part their fault, but it's also in part a failure of our education system to not bring people through into legitimate cybersecurity career pathways. You know, cybersecurity is not like becoming an accountant or a lawyer where you do your auditing course and you become a chartered accountant and there's that well-trodden path. And people don't quite understand how to get into the industry, and that leads to people going off track, and that's really important.
Well, and just recently you saw a couple of UK youths targeting a couple of big multinational companies and was able to get into and hack into the companies. So again, where are these kids being taught? And I think, you know, if you think about the kids today, they have places to go to play sports, right? I can go and find a ballpark or a soccer field and I can go play. They don't have a cyber range or a capture the flag program that they can really go and do it. MIT might have a capture the flag program for from children. I think that's pretty good. Carnegie Mellon has one. But we need to build more of these capabilities to take the stigma out that hacking is bad. Teach them how to hack, but then also teach them the ethics that, you know, hacking a company is probably not a good thing. Hacking into a simulation and doing it in a simulator is probably a better thing to do versus that. So, and again, I go back to our Internet Safety for Kids and Family program that we have access, you know, around the world for people to take, get educational materials. We teach them how to become good digital citizens. So that's, but we need more of that.
I would just add, and I know we have a question over there too, but I would just add that, you know, I don't think it's any different than other kinds of things, right? You know, is your 13-year-old son joyriding? Think about all of the things that people have done over the course of the world as young kids. You know, they're not always thinking about what is ethical. They do things that seem like they're fun for one reason or another. And that's essentially, you know, you have to teach them that no, those things are not okay. You have a problem. We have agreement within society that there, certain actions are appropriate and certain actions are not. And I think that's John's point. I think those are things we teach. And it's not that you say don't do things on the computer, never learn to hack. It's that you teach the ethics along with it, which is a sort of critical piece. And that's no different than other fields as well.
And I would just like to add, as an educator and also as a mother, that the responsibilities doesn't lie only with the school, but also with the parenting for the ethics, and accountability is on both sides.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. Another question here, please.
Hi, thank you. So I have a comment and then a question. So just to comment on Gunther's question, was that there's obviously white hat hackers and all these various color code system, which I don't actually understand, but there are some hackers who are good and they have these skills which prevents, you know, various, like I think there was a ransomware many years ago where there was a surfer who was a hacker who actually ended up discovering how to patch the system. So I think learning this at a young age is very, very good thing. And there's also that book by Neil Stephenson, Bringing in Metaverse, called Snow Crash, which talks about hackers and disabling, you know, these kind of generation of hackers. So that's just a comment. But my question more is towards warfare and healthcare. So how do we kind of enable, say, telehealth and these early response, remote response systems which can help in places like the Ukraine war?
So I actually think that's one of those areas where I think all of the pieces that we've talked about are really relevant because I think we need systems that enable systems that enable telehealth. And I think if you talk to folks like the Cyberpeace Institute over there, they can tell you that actually that hospitals, for example, are attacked with cyber attacks all the time. And it's in fact it's incredibly dramatic. I bet we could get a statistic if I pass my microphone over.
4 a day, I think, is that
Yeah.
right, Stefan? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I think we have to recognize that those things happen, and then we have to build capabilities. So we have sort of a range of different possibilities. We have capabilities that we need to build. We have norms that we have to build to say, hey, that's actually not okay. I'm going back to the ethical piece, and we have to think about how those pieces fit together, right? And I think that's almost the same as any other industry. I think the same kinds of principles apply.
You know, we released a research report recently about 2030 and what we're going to see in 2030. And cyber physical implants that are for healthcare we're going to start recognizing those and seeing those coming about. So I mean, and then during the pandemic, obviously telehealth was tremendous, and it was a great opportunity for people to get access to their healthcare provider just through the internet. Again, but in a cyber warfare, the integrity and the availability is what's going to be a challenge for some of these people. If the countries that's attacking takes out their internet, then it's going to be trouble getting access. But again, there's ways around that. Again, you go to 4G, 5G, 6G, or whatever instead of Wi-Fi, and so. But I do think technology is going to improve in the future for that to help it, and just keep improving over time.
So certainly one of those areas within the norms that healthcare makes that, and I think that's why the Peace Institute, the Cyberpeace Institute, has been such an important player there in raising awareness of that. And I think that, and those attacks that we talk about, not just hospitals and other healthcare facilities, but we also saw during the pandemic, a lot of targeting on those organizations that were trying to develop the vaccines as well. So, I mean, this is an area where if there's one place you could point at, from a humanitarian point of view, where the norms really need to be accelerated and implemented, it's just that. And I'm sure that we all in this room and pretty well everyone can see that there is absolutely a mutually beneficial position there, that should be off limits.
Any other question? Comments?
Transhuman future. So it was said here, and actually you mentioned that there will be the same problems in Web3. I beg to differ. I think we will have problems, but different. And maybe by 2030 we may have the quantum, which will wipe out all this discussion. And so, as such, we must be prepared probably for a bit more. Plus, right now I think blockchain is very useful for deep fakes. It can, because you can have your identity verified and certified. So technology is evolving, is helping as well, but also, yes, we have to be prepared, and I do not know if we can.
Well, the good news is 6G is coming eventually, and that is being built upon security. Security is a proponent of 6G, so it'll be much improved compared to 4 and yeah.
Well, and other things down the road. You mentioned quantum, right? We're probably all working on post-quantum computing now, right?
Yeah.
We're working on post-quantum encryption. We're trying to figure out how you build those systems out so that you can protect in the future. So it is time to think about some of those pieces now. That doesn't mean all of the answers are developed already, but the more you can start thinking about them, the better off you are.
There are actually some, I think in the next couple of weeks, some quantum algorithms available, encryption algorithms are actually available, which are going to be coming out. So that certainly we're there now. We've got the small matter of key distribution that we have to deal with when it comes to quantum as well. So security in the post-quantum world, I think people have been thinking about doing quite a lot with already, and how we obviously protect information now that is protected as it is with sort of 256-bit encryption in that quantum world. So there's a lot that's already been thought about in that. We're not, it's only very nascent. We're only just starting there, which I think is important. So quantum, has a lot. I think.
In the context of warfare, who gets it
Yeah, and challenges which we've had, which we can continue to have and work through as well. I think 6G as well, interesting, some stuff around the IP addressing and how that's going to work as well within that environment. So I think there's good and bad there. So we need to think about that and standards in the ITU, especially you mentioned earlier on about how we deal with those. So, we can really bring this out to many different areas in terms of, but we're at the core of it, back to that ethical humanitarian approach of what are those norms, and as we've seen that played out right now, and also that multi-stakeholder approach, not just multilateral approach as well, I think is going to become ever increasingly important, because as you rightly say, there are going to be those people who are working on those very specialist things that need to be brought right to the fore, put into the standards bodies, make sure that then actually get adopted universally, because as we can see collectively in this room here, what's at stake if we don't get this right is that we undermine the things that we live our lives with every day now.
Absolutely, and all the company, including Wisekey, is working on post-quantum for microchips. We will be post-quantum microchip enabled by the end of the year. So I think the hope is that human nature has been 200,000 years here, and we knew how to handle all the disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, wars, and we are still here. So we are very confident that with collaboration and interoperability and multi-stakeholder approach, that's why I think the Tecacor is a very good example on how companies, and they are competitors or they are frenemies as we call them, they are now willing to work together for the same cause, is a very likely model that needs to be replicated and reinforced, the reason why we're organizing this event. Any further questions?
And the transhumans will transcend
Yeah.
civilization. We will not have conflicts anymore.
Hopefully, God bless. Yeah, please.
You need to ask Brad Smith, I think, who's left the room. So he'll be back, I'm sure, and around later on.
No, he was before, and actually that book is a very interesting book, because that happened before the war in Ukraine, and a lot of the concepts.
Nobody's read it.
I did.
Can you give us, I know that this is a big book, and you can't summarize it in 30 seconds, but maybe give me your opinions about what.
I mean, the substance of the book is like, and I can give you an analogy. When fire was discovered by the primitive man, then saw the ray burning, and then he realized that he could get born, and he could warm first, and then he cooked the animal, and he thought it was a great discovery, and he took the fire and brought to the cave to show to the wife and kids, and actually he killed everybody. Why? Because there was CO2, and the cave got it without oxygen. So it took a few incidents like that before that caveman realized that you have to bring a chimney and let the CO2 expand, and then you will benefit from the benefit of technology. I think this book says that, basically. Then technology can be like fire, it can warm you, it can burn you, it depends how you use it. So it is actually we as a human to be able to master the technology, the solution, and that requires a lot of interoperability, a lot of this kind of meeting, a lot of cooperation. But I'm sure, I am confident, I'm optimistic that we will get there. We will find the chimney of the fourth industrial revolution. Please, sir.
Regarding the, I'd like to comment on the quantum question. There is this fear of, or the notion of harvesting now and decrypting later. Like you read about it. There is hacker attacks going on, stealing data which is encrypted, which you can store for years, and then you can decrypt later. So is that scaremongering? Is that a real problem? Are there solutions around that which we can do right now?
Well, certainly, one of the first things that most malicious actors are going to do is steal data, right? And so if that data happens to be encrypted, that's one method to secure data today, is so let's encrypt it. But if you can steal that data and then wait for technology in the future that can decrypt it, it's obviously a valid thing. I don't know if you can decrypt it today, because you need a decryption key to do a lot of that, what we have today. The thing I worry more about in terms of a cyber warfare or hybrid warfare is the malicious actors who get into the networks planting backdoors for future use. So, and that future use could be done for monetary gain, or it could be done for a nation state to get back access to those networks. That's where I'm thinking about today more than quantum computing coming in and ruining the decryption process or the encryption process.
The other thing I would add, actually, we've started to deploy and test post-quantum encryption. So just as an example, yes, there are things that you can do now. I think the reality, though, is we're probably still a ways off from actual decryption. So think about what that actually means in practice, what you suggested. The information has to be valuable enough, 5 or 10 years down the road, at minimum, to be able to decrypt it. I mean, and it's a big storage cost, right? If you're storing a bunch of content, if you're storing a bunch of data. So it's not that it's impossible. I think it's just that going back to the sort of question about where the most concerns are, it would have to be an incredibly valuable data set for someone to do that and to think that far ahead, right?
I think the other thing to say there is, for threat groups that are able to gain access to a network, move laterally within that network, escalate privileges, obtain that data and exfiltrate it, they're normally through that process able to get access to the plain text data. So, I completely agree. Yeah. I think it's not something that is, I don't think it's going to be a huge strategic concern. I think there might be some instances where that happens, but I think for the most part, threat groups are able to do that as part of the operation. I think to Alyssa's point, it's probably more around the likes of, an OPM style target where that long-term, intelligence value and that the collection there has huge kind of exciting potential for threat groups, but there aren't too many of those targets around.
Just like a comment going back of the role of the United Nations and international law. Remember that international law works in consensus. In the United Nations, we work in consensus. Even though we were talking about the Geneva Conventions, we have a consensus on the Geneva Conventions, but not in the additional protocols. And then we all know that the additional protocols are important, but they have not the same issue. I think what you referred before, that we need to leave every organization with their own mandate to work together, is what the World Trade Organization did 20 years ago, the idea of the spaghetti bowl. You have to take everyone inside with a minimum consensus, and then when you have everyone inside, you start to, to refine and to go, better and better. And at that time, China was a case. I mean, how we bring China into the World Trade System. I think we will have to do the same. I mean, we need to find this minimum consensus and start to work. And I'm at the Dean of the University for Peace of the UN, and I really would like to jump on the issue of the education. That is super difficult. I mean, this topic of, because you mentioned, I mean, it's not family, it's not education, but again, what is the consensus on education about technology and how powerful it is as a tool? And connected with social media, what we transmit, I think is one of the big elements of innovation that we need to work in to develop these new tools. Thank you.
Because I'm also a professor of computer science, so I wanted to mention this. This book, I don't know if anyone here read it, Technology and the Virtues by Shannon Valor. And I think, this kind of material to be given, that would be for university students who are in computer science and get the hacking courses, but also for younger kids, yes, from kindergarten we can have those kind of books to educate.
One thing on the international law point, I think it's actually useful to understand how customary international law is built, right? We are talking about norms. We talk about maybe not everybody has signed up to something, but at what point does the additional protocol become customary international law? I think that getting in the really weedy, dirty law stuff, but it's a really interesting question. I think that when we start talking about norms, you are starting to build something where you're trying to build a consensus, where you're trying to build to something that is eventually ends up as customary international law. And I think understanding that not everything is a treaty, that there are a lot of things that are out there that are sort of expectations of behavior that aren't all everybody has agreed, everybody has signed up, is a really important sort of concept that I think that, again, what are we doing here? We're trying to help sort of build understandings about what companies think are norms in this space.
Another question.
So there have been several instances of security researchers who reported vulnerabilities that were either sued by the companies or even prosecuted as criminals. And I think one of the issues is that the people in power, they tend not to be technology experts. How do you think, or what can security researchers do to effectively communicate with governments, with the regulators, so that we have common sense regulation that, on the one hand, doesn't go too far, but on the other hand, does result in effective regulation that both protects companies and encourages them to be more secure?
Yeah, so Trend Micro has an organization called the Zero Day Initiative, which is a bug bounty program, and we do a Pawn to Own event. We just had it last week in Vancouver, and the reason we do it in Vancouver is because some of the laws in other regions aren't as conducive for these vulnerability researchers to submit bugs. So one of the things we do is obviously through our bug bounty program, we have the researchers send them to us, and then we manage them. You know, we work with the Microsofts and the Adobes to ensure that their bugs are responsibly disclosed. But I think I did see there was some new law that just came about that may help in this instance. But there's definitely some more things that we can do. We have to definitely make it easier for researchers to be able to share their research and their information. We also saw, you know, somebody did some pen testing against an organization and they got arrested. So there are things like that that need to be clarified and probably improved. But again, that's going to have to be discussed at a policy level.
One thing I will say actually for the Tecacor, so one of the things that came up early in the Tecacor sort of existence was the idea that every company should have a vulnerability disclosure program. So, you know, a lot of us actually, you know, we have a bug bounty program. We have, you know, I bet every company has a vulnerability disclosure program because it is really important. We all sort of recognize the sort of security implications. I think the government has sort of moved in that direction. I think the questions of liability and changing laws are a little bit more challenging. But again, I think you get a lot of consensus here that those are important components of security.
Any further question? Mark? Okay. So, yeah, so we are at the end of this roundtable. I think just maybe an applause to the speaker. They have done a great job. So, start with that. I think the Tecacor, Brad Smith mentioned, 150 members already, companies from all the dimensions and all nationalities. We are working together. We are sharing data together. We are helping each other. I think this is the model for the future, interoperability, multi-stakeholder approach. So we have many viewers viewing us from the internet, so we encourage them to approach the Tecacor to benefit from the data also on the website. There's a lot of documentation available that help companies to just start, if they don't, or individuals, to get acquainted with cybersecurity. And we will continue in Davos and other places to create the right awareness. And I think the world is very well described here. We have the people having fun and the people talking serious things. So this is the world that we are facing. You need to have people talking and thinking about serious things in order that the others can continue laughing. Exactly, on the virtual world. So thank you very much again for your presence. I know that you guys are so busy in Davos, so thank you for sharing your time and experience with us. Thank you for the audience to be here.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you for being a great moderator.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Very good. So,
Thank you very much. It was great.
Good morning, everyone. Nowadays, everybody speaks about the metaverse, but currently this technology is not mature and we don't know yet exactly how it will look like. Will the metaverse be more like a virtual reality or an augmented reality? It's not clear yet. But what's clear already is that the first question should be for each user, what's in it for me? For me, human being, how my humanity will be impacted by the use of the metaverse. And when we can partially answer this question using the experience of Second Life or online games. And we see that actually if the metaverse is a kind of virtual reality, probably we will have two opposite scenarios, two different ways. One would be, I would say, the opposite of Plato's allegory of the cave. You know, this allegory of the cave is more or less the scenario of Matrix. And in Matrix, Neo, who's there, the philosopher, just is aware that our word is just a fake word and discovers reality behind and then comes back to the Matrix to save the people. And do we think that we will do exactly the opposite way, go the opposite way and go in a kind of virtual paradise like a drug, I would say, deceiving our senses to make life more beautiful? And in such a case, like in the movie Ready Player One, the question is who will benefit from it in the real life? But on the other side, this virtual reality could also be a kind of appendix of our life, an added room which will give us just more room to evolve and more room to be powerful to do things. And in such a case, it could be very beneficial. But if the metaverse looks more like an augmented reality, the same, it could be good or bad. And the danger would be to have a kind of additional layer on the reality around us to make our life shining. And there's a scenario from the Red Team. You know, the Red Team is this team of thinkers gathered to imagine the next wars. And this scenario is based on the inability of users of the metaverse to face a naked reality once the metaverse is unplugged. So it does mean that at some point it will be difficult to face reality just once we don't have anymore this technological filter, I would say, from the metaverse. So that's the dark side, but the bright side would be to have a kind of metaverse as an additional feature who will empower us and provide us just like an augmented reality so we can do more and still being in our life and flourishing in our life. So all those scenarios, I would say, ask the question of our identity, personal and collective identity, how it will be impacted by the metaverse. Mark Zuckerberg says that the metaverse is an embodied version of the internet where you don't just consult content, you're in it. What does it mean? Does it mean that we will have one identity for each metaverse or one identity for all of them? How will we structure our collective identity? We see the creation of packs and tribes in games. What will be valuable online? That's a question. And will it be related to our avatar? We can think so. But in such a case, how it will impact our relationship with the others? The philosopher Emmanuel Levinas says that we have a responsibility when we're facing another human being. That's what we say when we say to someone else, tell it to me face to face. But what does it mean if I'm facing a unicorn? In such a case, I mean, perhaps I will not feel so committed in a relationship, I will not feel so responsible. And we see, unfortunately, the first cases of sexual harassment in the metaverse, and this is very terrible. But we need to keep in mind that actually it comes from the mindset of games where we kill other players. So we need to think about it carefully and just I would say educate people just to be sure that the metaverse will not be a game where you can behave improperly with anybody and do anything you want, but a place where people take care of the others. Good morning, everyone. Nowadays, everybody speaks about the metaverse, but currently this technology is not mature and we don't know yet exactly how it will look like. Will the metaverse be more like a virtual reality or an augmented reality? It's not clear yet. But what's clear already is that the first question should be for each user, what's in it for me? For me, human being, how my humanity will be impacted by the use of the metaverse. And when we can partially answer this question using the experience of Second Life or online games. And we see that actually if the metaverse is a kind of virtual reality, probably we will have two opposite scenarios, two different ways. One would be, I would say, the opposite of Plato's allegory of the cave. You know, this allegory of the cave is more or less the scenario of Matrix. And in Matrix, Neo, who's there, the philosopher, just is aware that our world is just a fake world and discovers reality behind and then comes back to the Matrix to save the people. And do we think that we will do exactly the opposite way, go the opposite way, and go in a kind of virtual paradise, like a drug, I would say, deceiving our senses to make life more beautiful. And in such a case, like in the movie Ready Player One, the question is who will benefit from it in the real life? But on the other side, this virtual reality could also be a kind of appendix of our life, an added room which will give us just more room to evolve and more room to be powerful to do things. And in such a case, it could be very beneficial. But if the metaverse looks more like an augmented reality, the same, it could be good or bad. And the danger would be to have a kind of additional layer on the reality around us to make our life shining. And there's a scenario from the Red Team. You know, the Red Team is this team of thinkers gathered to imagine the next wars. And this scenario is based on the inability of users of the metaverse to face a naked reality once the metaverse is unplugged. So it does mean that at some point it will be difficult to face reality just once we don't have anymore this technological filter, I would say, from the metaverse. So that's the dark side, but the bright side would be to have a kind of metaverse as an additional feature who will empower us and provide us just like an augmented reality, so we can do more and still being in our life and flourishing in our life. So all those scenarios, I would say, ask the question of our identity, personal and collective identity, how it will be impacted by the metaverse. Mark Zuckerberg says that the metaverse is an embodied version of the internet where you don't just consult content, you're in it. What does it mean? Does it mean that we will have one identity for each metaverse or one identity for all of them? How will we structure our collective identity? We see the creation of packs and tribes in games. What will be valuable online? That's a question. And will it be related to our avatar? We can think so. But in such a case, how it will impact our relationship with the others? The philosopher Emmanuel Levinas says that we have a responsibility when we're facing another human being. That's what we say when we say to someone else, tell it to me face to face. But what does it mean if I'm facing a unicorn? In such a case, I mean, perhaps I will not feel so committed in the relationship, I will not feel so responsible. And we see, unfortunately, the first cases of sexual harassment in the metaverse, and this is very terrible. But we need to keep in mind that actually it comes from the mindset of games where we kill other players. So we need to think about it carefully and just, I would say, educate people just to be sure that the metaverse will not be a game where you can behave improperly with anybody and do anything you want, but a place where people take care of the others. And all those questions bring us to the political impact of the metaverse, and especially impact on the sovereignty, because we see that it's not only a place where content, and we know more or less how to moderate content on networks, even if it's not properly done all the time, but we know that we can have algorithms and content moderators, but moderating behaviors is very different than moderating contents. And actually, first, very difficult to monitor everything people says and does and so on, but moderating behaviors, it's called ethics. So it means that we need to create an ethics of the metaverse. Who will be responsible for that? Who will carry the legal responsibility of the behaviors in the metaverse? That's another question. And if in the context of the Twitter takeover, we need to ask also the question, who will own those words? Because perhaps we're just facing currently the creation of private realities where you can be admitted or not, like in a club. What does it mean just to be expelled from one portion of the reality? and how the interoperability of the metaverses will work. Will we have one avatar only? And if yes, who will manage it? And it asks the question of the digital identity. And actually, the digital identity will be the key to the connection between our real life and our multiple life in metaverses. And that will be the difficult point for the development of those metaverse. And with this digital identity comes all the data collection about each user, each identity. And we know that on the metaverse, everything can be collected, not only your words, your behaviors, but also what you look at each time. And so all of that can be processed by cognitive neurosciences and used for marketing. Who will be responsible for that? Not only about the behaviors, but also the way those universes will be ruled, and who will own the intellectual property. All of that, they are key questions, and they are not limitations to the development of the metaverse. I'm sure that a lot of things can be done, but they are issues that have to be addressed to be sure that we build a metaverse with a real serenity.
introduce our partners, and they have done an amazing job to prepare this virtual reality application. So as we explained, the metaverse has one problem, it's authentication. You need to authenticate yourself before you enter into the metaverse. So maybe what they are doing now, they are synchronizing themselves, and they are both already virtually represented. And you have an ID icon there, which is the identification. This is the Wisekey identity before you enter into the metaverse. As in the metaverse, your avatar is going to do transactions, it's going to be going into parties, it's going to be shopping, it's going to be doing things that will require a relation to your physical self. Otherwise, your avatar will do things that you will not be able to control and outside your consent. So I'll let you interact with your peer.
Thank you, Carlos. So, yeah, I was wondering, because Pierre, you look familiar to me. You look like Carlos Moreira, to be very precise.
Yeah, he's already usurping my identity, right?
It's a very bad start for the topic. But anyway, I was wondering, because we got this WiseID key. I'm going to ask you, Carlos. Thanks for having us in the metaverse, but why did I have to create this WiseID key? What for?
You can keep the microphone. The reason is because I don't want anybody else than you to be on the metaverse, right? I don't want you to be a person that I think is you, and then it's not you, and then I will do transactions, I will do deals with you, and I will get in trouble.
Okay, so you mean without this key, it took me some time, by the way, to get it, because it's quite thorough. I like the process. I cannot get anywhere in the metaverse, that's what you're saying, right?
Correct.
But it's fine, thank you. I'm here now, and Pierre Carlos is here as well. What are we going to do with these nice avatars in the metaverse next?
So now that you have been authenticated by Wisekey, and both of you have a trusted avatar, that trusted avatar is going to be authorized to access into the metaverse. So this is the gate to the metaverse, and you have two doors there. You have a green door, which is the one that requires identity, and you have the red one. The red one, you could get in trouble, because in the red one is all the problems that the metaverse has are behind that door. In that door, you don't exist, your identity can be stolen, you can have it totally usurpated. Whether in the green door, you will only be accepted because your identity gives you that right.
I get it now. So it means you're providing the whole chain from identification, avatar, the metaverse itself, and then you can go and buy stuff, what you're saying, right?
Correct. And your identity can then become an NFT. An identity can be an NFT. So you can have your own NFT minted in the blockchain. So that means that once you mint your NFT in the blockchain, nobody can be you. Only you can be you.
Okay, thank you, I get it. Now I got a difficult question for you. Because all of what happened with the Meta company itself, in particular, Facebook before. How about when I did this, I had to give my data to WiseID. What's going to happen with my data protection?
So your data has not been collected by WiseID, neither by Wisekey. Your data has been stored in your wallet. In the same way that if you buy a Bitcoin, the Bitcoin is on your wallet. And because we are integrated into the blockchain, and we have been working with Casper Lab, I think Minran is around here, we are able to decentralize that identity in the blockchain and between different chains. So we can go into Polygon, we can go into Ethereum and others. And that's the way you verify your identities, by going to the ledger.
Right, thank you so much. Now I get it. And as you see, we have avatars. Pierre Carlos.
Pierre is lost a bit. Pierre, we're here.
Well, I can see him in the metaverse, but I cannot see him in the
That's the problem with the metaverse. You can get lost very easily.
Now I was thinking maybe we should go and buy stuff. We can go to the gallery that Wise Art has for us.
Let's go to the gallery and let's buy some art. I mean, all the art of all the artists that they are here today is already on the metaverse. So all the NFTs that has been loaded into wise.art are actually now accessible through the metaverse access.
Oh my God, Carlos, Pierre, you're still there. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I can see this bronze statue looks very good, actually.
Yeah, actually, the bronze statue is a masterpiece done by Pedro Sandoval, which is here, an amazing artist. And he has created not only the amazing trophy, which the awarders are going to get later tonight, But in plus of that, his art is already there, and it's an amazing art. By the way, one of the NFTs that we will be announcing tonight is the original letter of Christophe Colomb, which is a $100 million Christie's value original. The original is not going to be sold because it's part of the Spanish patrimony, but the NFT will be sold as we move forward. And that shows that we can bring into the metaverse high-end values. And this is the focus of Wisekey. High-end jewelry, high-end watches, as we did last year, high-end real estate, high-end art, and high-end, basically, everything that can be NFT-able. So let's go inside.
Okay, so we could have a look. I like very much the statue, so we're saying I cannot buy it. Let's go and buy something else then. I can see some Pedro Sandoval's work here.
So let's find Pedro Sandoval.
Pierre Carlos, can you?
I'm here, I'm here. I'm close to you.
It's very complicated. So this is something that he has done, and it is now in your gallery as an NFT.
But by the way, you know, in the background you have Gibraltar. So we have here the government of Gibraltar. So Gibraltar is actually in the background because those NFTs are being collected, and we have at maybe around 9, you're going to have the launch of a SpaceX, which is launching Wisekey FOSA satellites, real time. So you will witness today the launch of satellites. And those satellites are connected to an antenna. We put it near to Gibraltar, and we have here Mark from Gibraltar, which is with us. So those are watches, and there were NFT watches minted in the Wisekey Wise Art platform, actually by Pedro Sandoval. Those watches are unique. If you buy the watch, you will be the only person having that watch because an identity will be associated to the object, and many other things. Let's go around the gallery.
All right. I have a message in broken Spanish for Pedro Sandoval.
Go ahead.
Me gusta mucho. I don't know if he's around.
Muy bien, estoy aquí contigo.
Okay.
So you see, this is the combination of the virtual world and the physical world. You know, you have real action as is happening.
It's extremely scary because I can hear you and I can see you in the metaverse and you're not the same
So
person.
this environment can be generated totally different. I mean, you could, as you move into the metaverse, imagine that you would like to have a meeting between 2 people in the metaverse, and I want to have this meeting in the Cappella Sistina in Rome with the Vatican. By the way, we have a representative with the Vatican with us today here. So you could actually create the Cappella Sistina and have a meeting with your friend in the Cappella Sistina. So it's endless, the possibility to transform the metaverse in what you like to be represented.
I see. Well, I think it's quite a tour. Would you like us to do something else, Carlos?
No, I would like just to thank you, and now we're going to move to the round table. I just wanted to give you an impression on how is the metaverse. I mean, the technology is different layers: cybersecurity, identity management, PKI, blockchain, virtual reality. So all those layers are integrated into this application with one extra layer, which is the interconnection from a satellite directly into the blockchain, which we're going to be doing as soon as we launch the new satellites that we are launching today with the SpaceX. So we move to the, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's how we started, actually, because Wisekey originally secured 1 million Swiss watches, high-end Swiss watches. But before, the only thing you could buy was the original. Now you can buy the original and its virtual representation NFT, or one of them. I mean, you can buy the NFT without buying the watch, which is also another marketing strategy for many of the companies. But we'll get into the questions a bit later. I will just... okay? Okay, let's put the rocket, please, because it's, can you change to the rocket? It's SpaceX. They just informed me that the rocket is launching, so it's real time, huh? Can you, okay, it is launch?
Yeah, something is happening. Yeah,
Okay, do you mind? Okay, so this is another, we are moving to another dimension here. So this is Wisekey last year in cooperation with a Spanish startup with the name FOSA. We developed a secure satellite. FOSA is an amazing startup in Madrid, and Wisekey invested, run by an amazing entrepreneur, which is 20 years old, Julian Fernandez, and Wisekey developed a integrated version of a satellite we call a YSAT. that includes the FOSA technology and the Wisekey technology. In January, we launched 16 satellites, which are already going around the world. Those are very tiny satellites. Wait, so this is the Wisekey satellite. It's very, very small. This is a FOSA Wisekey integrated with the name WISAT. And that satellite goes around the Earth every hour, and richer is the constellation, more we can, from the satellite, integrate the microchips that Wisekey puts into the objects. So that microchip is then integrated into NFTs, and the NFTs are being sold in the platform. So everything starts from space. So while this is happening, because I don't know, it might take a few minutes, do you have the, somebody told me that you saw the launch? Where is it? Okay. Oh, here is it. So here is it. So this is real time, huh? This is the SpaceX being launched. Here you see the first rocket returning to Earth, and here in a few minutes you will see the satellite it goes with, obviously, with many other satellites, not only your satellite. That goes also with the Starlink satellites. And this has been a breakthrough on SpaceX that for first time, companies like us, we could use them as a launcher. Otherwise, it will be so expensive, it will be impossible. A satellite like that will be around $50,000 to be launched, plus the cost of the satellite. So this is very much affordable for industries to use this technology as a way to connect from the desert, supervised pipelines, agricultural development, and endless possibility. IoT will be 2 trillion objects connected to the internet by the year 2025. So anyway, this is amazing that this is happening at the same time we are talking, because that was not at all a schedule. So now we're going to invite the participants to the roundtable, and I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, David Ferguson. David Ferguson, it's a financier in the United States. He's the co-author of the Transhuman Code, which was a bestseller that we jointly wrote. We have been working together for many years in Davos to create the awareness about putting human in the center of the gravity, and he's going to be piloting the roundtable. I'll give you the floor now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Well, this is exciting. So I recognize some faces here this evening. It was actually in 2017 in this very room that the concept of the Transhuman Code was born. And that better? Ah, there we go. If it's too loud, you'll tell me, you know. But it could be argued, because we literally workshopped the concept of the Transhuman Code, which was built on which was built on Carlos's core premise, which is that I have a bad microphone, which was that the human is truly the greatest technology of all, and the most precious thing that we have to ensure as technology advances is that the human stays at the center of gravity in that relationship. That hasn't changed. A few other things have since we published that book. Surprisingly, perhaps, you may find, for those of you who have been active in Asia throughout your working careers, they took that book without a single edit, and they published it. It became a bestseller within 18 hours, and we continue to enjoy the dialogue that has generated, and conversations that have literally happened all over the world. And that really was our intention from the outset. It was intended to be a fire starter. We were afforded an opportunity largely because of Carlos's 20 years of pioneering here at Davos. It was Carlos who brought cybersecurity to the agenda here at the WEF. And we were able to leverage those relationships into dialogues with some of the people that you'll meet here this evening to help guide us and direct us on how we could define, in some part, guidance and direction, but even more importantly, questions that we needed to be asking. Because in the absence of a governor of technology, we're dependent upon technologists, the developers, the financiers, and equally all us as users to ensure that we do the right thing with it. So it could be argued that this was the first decentralized book developed at Davos, and I'm going to use that as a segue if I can. So what's changed in the last 2 years? Well, for those of you who were here in January of 2019, there were a lot of companies on the street that aren't here that aren't here today. Some of those in industries that we believed offered great potential, and we still strongly endorse that and support. Was it really? Did I lose a year? What happened? Was it really? It was 2020, wasn't it? So one of the other, I think, most exciting things that's occurred, for those of you, do we have any Second Life gamers in the room? Put up your hand if you...
Not anymore.
Fascinating. That's wonderful. I've met so many this week, leading CIOs of Fortune 500 technology companies were Second Life gamers. So Second Life, which many consider to be really the gateway into the metaverse, is 20 years old this year. Yet the most significant technological advancement that we've seen in our industry was cloud, and that's a decade old. So not only are we excited about the potential that the metaverse offers, we've learned an awful lot since the 20-year birth of Second Life, and certainly since the 10-year birth of cloud. And that is that trust remains more critical today and more important, and Wisekey stands behind their original foundation, which is to ensure that everyone can engage with, commercially, socially, within the internet, safely. And so as we prepare to take that bridge into the metaverse, we thought you might enjoy meeting some of the individuals who are truly pioneering that effort. You've had a chance to experience and tour the WiseArt Gallery. We're very, very excited about what's happening with WiseArt's NFT initiatives, and you'll learn more about that as we move to the next stage. What I'd like to do now is introduce you to 12 pioneers, and they'll each have 2 or 3 minutes to share with you some of the highlights of projects that you're working on. We're also very excited. We announced on the CNBC stage earlier today that we will be bringing forward a new initiative. The Code to the Metaverse will become a multimedia series with a significant global network that you will recognize when it's announced. And we're really, really excited to be able to continue the work that we started with the Transhuman Code, to not only introduce you to some of the challenges that lie in front of us, but also the opportunities for all of us. And so we look forward to sharing that, and we hope to be and plan to be back here in this room in January of 2023, right? Yeah, to talk about that. So without any further delay, Hossein, I'm going to have you come to this chair, if you wouldn't mind. David, Monsignor, if you'll come and join us. Gunter, I think you're going to come up and join us also. Well, I'm sure we'll make some. Carlos, is there anybody else that we have?
Pedro Sandoval.
Pierre Maudet. Yes, we can bring Pedro up. That's no problem. Pierre Maudet. You want Pierre up? You had him on the list. Oh, there you are. You're here. Pedro, come and join us. Please, please.
Yep, you're here. No, Pedro, you sit here. No. Okay. Yeah, just shoot that video.
I'm sure many of you have interacted in some way, shape, or form, or perhaps even supported the incubators and accelerators that have played such a critical role for the advancement of technology today. Our first guest to speak with you, Hossein Ranana, is responsible for the creation of what continues to be rated the #1 incubator and accelerator in the world today. And that is DMZ at Ryerson University in Toronto. Hossein is also a professor at, I'm sorry?
Yeah, this has been a challenge tonight, to get these guys to. I thought that was only the non-cellular security people, but I realized that they are more than that. Yeah, maybe our staff could you mind to just tell them to cool it? Otherwise, we're going to bring them to the metaverse.
Or maybe we should all just go to the metaverse. So one of the things that I've truly come to appreciate about the opportunity to engage with Hossein is that Not only is he a professor, both at Ryerson and MIT, but he's also an entrepreneur and a guide and a tutor to so many individuals who are developing and looking to apply their technologies. Hossein manages one of the breakout stars in artificial intelligence for the financial services sector, working with companies literally all over the world and governments around the world. But he has a very dynamic new initiative to introduce you to today, and this is a first. I think the press release was going out sometime in a couple of hours. And take us to the Open Dome, Hossein.
Thanks, David, and thanks everyone for coming. Looking forward to share some updates with you. As David mentioned, my interest has always been data science, AI, but also build tools that people who do not have academic background in AI and data science have access to tools so they can use it to build creative platforms and mediums that are predictive, context-aware, and intelligent. With my team at Flybits over the past 10 years, we have built experience authoring tools that people can use data, they can use machine learning models, they can use template-driven authoring platforms to really make digital channels of large enterprises more predictive and context-aware. But up until around a year ago, the experiences that we created were rendered on two-dimensional screens, especially mobile devices and web pages. Since about 6 months ago, we started to use our platform to really personalize the metaverse. We actually decided that the data that is feeding the metaverse is owned by us, not by big corporations, especially in the banking sector. With open banking coming up, we should own that data. And we are now using those protocols, allowing people to build the very first open banking platform in the metaverse. They can bring their wealth data, their credit card data, their insurance data, and without worrying about coding anything, they now have authoring tools that they can customize their metaverse using their own data so they can receive this immersive experience, understanding their financial status, but also receive recommendations in terms of how they can manage their finances better. So today we are announcing the Open Dome, which is the first open banking metaverse engine that is built and connected to our Experience Studio platform. Just to give you a quick overview on how it works, this is what you're seeing on the screen. You can now walk into context-aware rooms that includes the picture of your credit card, your spending patterns, category of expenditures per week, per month, and then you can interact with it to plan the week, the month, and the year accordingly. Some of these templated objects are based on AI, so it could predict your net worth for the future. It can also tell you how you can manage your finances more effectively based on the input that you provide to the AI. It also personalizes it for you. So for example, you can see the credit card offers that are relevant to you in that particular context. So if all of us go to this metaverse now, we will receive very different information based on our context. Also, you will be able to interact with interfaces such as information about your mortgage with the picture of your house, with how can you pay your mortgage faster and better, or how can you insure your car more effectively. None of these are being rendered passively. They are all algorithmic. They are all consent-driven using our policy engine. So the user is interconnecting to different financial repositories to create a unified fabric of experiences using Metaverse. So over the past 6 months, our core engineers, our AI engineers, along with our new Metaverse engineers, collaborated together to prove few key points. All companies can really have a Metaverse. It doesn't need to be in public spheres. They can actually own their own sphere, and without worrying about the complexity of building those, they can generate those on on their web platforms or other mediums. So I'm so happy that I could share this with you today. The big thing that I see as a potential for metaverse is that it interconnects a lot of disconnected industries together into one unified experience. So thanks again, and looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Tremendous. Thank you, Hossein. Thank you so much, Hossein. Thanks for giving us a sneak peek. More to come in January when you're back at the Dome, with the open Dome. Exactly, that too. Next, let me introduce you to David Schreier. Some of you may recognize David. He's been played a pivotal role in the development of the Transhuman Code. David is again both an entrepreneur and a professor. David has certainly been a pioneer in technology development through his work at MIT, Oxford, Cambridge, Sayed, Imperial College. Have I left any out? Yeah, probably. But David is also a very active entrepreneur. David is the co-founder and the CEO of ESME Learning. Some of you may be familiar with that. David has pioneered some of the most dynamic new initiatives in online learning for major educational institutions around the world, consulting 100 governments, 100 plus governments at any moment in time. And yes, not surprisingly, David is on the pointed end of the stick for the metaverse. David, share some of the things that you're doing in the metaverse.
Great, thanks, David. You know, I've been really fascinated by this question of how we keep people relevant in the era of digital disruption, right? So I created the four most profitable online classes in history for MIT and Oxford that focused on technologies like blockchain and fintech, and how people who, you know, about 50% of the financial services industry at risk of losing their jobs, how those people can get upskilled and reskilled to continue to be relevant. And so that was exciting, and then we ended up starting a company out of a discussion here at Davos in 2019, not 2020, in the hallway actually in Hotel Europe, where one of the deans from Oxford said, you know, we need an innovation partner. We want you to create an innovation partner, and MIT quickly jumped in and raised their hand as well and said, yeah, we want one of those too. And so we started ESME Learning out of conversations to continue to innovate in how we keep people relevant, how we upskill and reskill. And so it probably comes as no surprise that, you know, maybe it was about 6 months ago, we get a phone call because people had started noticing what we were doing with ESME, where we're working now with MIT and Oxford and Cambridge and Imperial College. And they said, you know, we want you to help bring the top universities into the metaverse. And so the company shall remain nameless because we haven't announced this yet, but a very large tech company commissioned us to create a metaverse game out of curriculum from a top university. And so we've been piloting it this month with BU and Northeastern students. And then a very big four accountancy came to us and said, we want to be the first corporate customer to help people understand leadership skills in the digital era. And we think metaverse is the best way to convey these soft skills, these EQ skills, because it's such a tactile and visceral medium. So that's what we're working on in the metaverse.
That's tremendous. Thank you so much. And I know we'll learn more about that when we're back here in January of 2023. All right. Roxy, I've had the great opportunity to get to know Roxy. One of her partners in Beijing has been a longtime friend and colleague and financial advisor to me. And not surprisingly at all, that Roxy and Andy have created the first metaverse fund. It is a fund of funds, so it's investing alongside other funds literally all over the world. And while she may name a name or two tonight that they're investing in, probably not. No, that means probably not. But what I hope you will share this evening is your investment thesis, because I think that's important, certainly for all of us who believe that there's more than just the commercial value of the development of new technologies and their application. And I think it would also be helpful and valuable for you to share a new initiative that you've created In addition to leading this Metaverse Investment Fund, Roxy is also a young global shaper. We perhaps have some others here in the room. She's one of 50 chosen for 2022. Tremendous, welcome. And and the only one from her home country of China. Roxy, it's a great pleasure to have you here.
It's a great pleasure for me to join this event, and thank you, David, thank you, Carlos. Hi, everyone, I'm Roxy. I'm the director of Eureka Meta Capital, and we are a global leading digital asset fund of funds based in Asia, and we're the only institutional investor from Asia to have invested in multi-coin capital. And we are also the LP of IOSG, Standard, and Shima Capital, and so on. So the reason why we are heavily investing in Web3 and Metaverse is because we believe that the Web3 can be, the impact that Web3 is generating can be deeper and more profound than that of the internet has been creating, and because it is the upgrade of the foundation of relationships in the world. So especially Metaverse being the most prevailing technology in Web3 right now, and we believe that there can be foundational change of the relations between humans and the relations between human and AI. So actually I can share a portfolio company. Yes, it's called, yeah, so our investment thesis in Metaverse is that we believe that there are three dimensions. One is AR, VR, and 3D, being the materials for the content and the production. And the other layer or dimension is the AI, which is the drive of the Metaverse content, making this world a developing world, you know. And the third dimension would be blockchain, being the governance of the Metaverse. So we believe that the Metaverse should be like a combination or a combo of these three dimensions. So we are heavily investing in AI engine or AI Metaverse. So one of our portfolio companies is called RCT.ai. It's the world-leading AI engine Metaverse. So we think that in Metaverse, the living environment is very important, and the economic model is very important, and it should be driven by both humans and AI, right? So I believe that many of the major investors in Metaverse are seeing this as a perspective from GameFi, but we really see it in a different perspective from AI. So RCT.ai is heavily doing this AI engine Metaverse, like interacting humans and AI to drive the content, to generate the content, and also economic model. So I'm glad to share this opportunity with you.
Thank you, Roxy. Carlos, would you like to introduce Gunter?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have the pleasure to introduce an enormous visionary, Gunter Pauli. I met him in the Zermatt Summit. We immediately connected because we all both have the vision to maintain humans alive in the fourth industrial revolution. Me from the technology point of view, he's from the sustainability point of view. He just bought a solar boat. He's going around the world. He's going to explain you. And we just thought about, what about if we do an NFT about the purposes of sustainability. So anyway, he's going to explain you the project. It's an amazing project. He's now in Qatar, and his vision is to create hundreds of boats, solar boats, in the middle of the ocean. This plastic, taking the plastic out, right? So I'll let you tell the story. You know exactly what it is.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And I'm a do guy. I'm not a tech guy. I do. But I focus on doing things which everyone says cannot be done. You know, because if they tell me it can be done, please do. If you tell me it can't be done, I'll do. And I think this is very key. We have to have in this world where we want to transform reality now, we cannot accept people saying no. I do not accept a no for a no. That's the way I approach it. So I was actually the one who presented for the first time in history a book on broadband internet video on the 5th of April 1994, and there were only about 1,000 people who could watch broadband internet video on their T1 line in their office. And so when Bill Gates, 11 months later, said, I'm presenting for the first time a book on the internet, I said, I'm so sorry for you, but I did it 11 months ago. What is key is that, again, the technology is there, but we don't have enough people using it to the capacity of the technology. So here comes my first frustration. The internet has become dominated by these 10 players. I don't like it. So what do? Instead of doing data mining, my whole focus is on data farming. And my ship is a data farm. I'm collecting data no one is collecting. For example, if you ask how many microplastics are in the sea here, people will typically tell you, oh, between 180 and 190 at 300 micron size. I'm saying bullshit, because it's 9,000 at the 30 nano size. So I'm collecting the data. Where's the real problem with life and the sea? And the real problem with life in the sea is the nanoplastics. The nano that is full of bakelite. We're collecting bakelite. 30% of what we collect from 1,000, 2,000 meters deep is bakelite. Bakelite, you remember? I mean, it's been prohibited. We have PVC with mercury in there, and I'm not a member of Greenpeace. I'm not here to say, oh, and let's now all make a campaign. No. What's the business model that we can implement to change it around? But first, I need data. If I don't have data, I can't do the AI, I can't do anything. So to me, the boat is really a symbol of the incredible data collection that we can bring together by using the instrumentation that is available. For example, we work with the 3D internet versus, for example, in the United States or in Brooklyn, we work with the glass factory, the glass factory group that really can imagine a 150 million pixel screen. And a 150 million pixel screen will never work with 5G nor 6G. It's way too poor. So we're bringing in the Li-Fi technology where we can operate at 252 gigs per second, period. And it's available. Why do we have a debate about 5G when we should have a debate about 252 gigs per second? And going up to 2 and 3 terabyte in 4 or 5 years. Technically, perfectly possible, because we have fiber optic cables that allow us to do it, because they can go to 10 tera. How come we're using this small capacity for 5G to connect with a fiber that can do so much more? But we need to bring the data together. So our boats are collecting massive amounts of data. For example, you can't see it here, but the boat actually has a smart kite that captures wind at 200, 220 meters. Now, go and search for data about wind at 220, 250 meters. The industry is not interested, so they don't collect it. Let me collect all the data. Because the most untapped source of renewable energy, where you have wind as base load energy for 24 hours a day, is above 200 meters. So I can entertain you for hours about everything that we have included in the boat, but the underlying logic is we're creating data farms. Lastly, one very important little detail is that we're measuring the pressure, the density of the water. You know, when you want to know if it's good weather tomorrow, then you check if it's high pressure or low pressure, right? Low pressure is rain. Now the same happens with the water, but the water is 783 times more dense. So as a result, our sensor will be able to give exact weather conditions for about 10 square kilometers around our boat. Exact. So why do we do the data mining from the satellites when I can have the extreme precision from the boat in 10 square kilometers? Now that is where we're going with many other technologies. So when Carlos and we talked on the 18th of April, and I was talking about the boat, and I said, well, our solar panels have been on there now for 12 years. He said, are they still working? Yeah, they work. But these are the panels that took the boat already 4 times around the world. I'm not interested in the ego tripping of being the first around the world. I'm interested in having hundreds of those boats. So we're financing the first 5 copies to create a fleet of these boats. We're turning that into boats that will actually become the fishing boats with a new technology that allows to fish with air bubbles instead of doing it with nets. But all of that was only thanks to our first initiative with the solar panels. So, you know, Carlos, he's a creative guy and very basic. He says, well, we'll do an NFT for your panels. These are the first ones that went around the world. So I said, of course we will do that. And guess what? 3 days later, it was announced on Earth Day. Because we had to be ready for Earth Day, right? I mean, why miss Earth Day 22? I mean, you don't want to do that. So what I have really in front of me is the opportunity to transform the maritime industry, but that's not the purpose in itself. The purpose is to create data farms. So we're able to harvest all the data that will allow us to make the decisions to change the world. Thank you.
Just maybe to complete, because this is important, the NFT market is high consumption of energy, and here you have a sustainable model to offset that energy, right? Because those solar panels are actually a way to illustrate to the industry how you can, in the sea, between the kite and the solar panel, be totally sustainable. So those solar panels, each of them has a unique identifier. Maybe you can scroll one slide. So that identifier is attached with a digital identity that makes the solar panel unique, so it cannot be counterfeited or it cannot be duplicated. And that solar panel identity is then minted in the blockchain. So when you buy the NFT, you buy the solar panel, but you also buy the identity, and you contribute for him to create many boats, although he's backed by the Qatar royal family, so he doesn't need any money. But but the point is that he builds a sustainability model using the blockchain and NFT to continue this amazing adventure that he started. So I just wanted to say that. So I would like to now to introduce this afternoon we have here the pleasure to have the Microsoft chairman, Brad Smith, and Brad is being for many years positioned Geneva as one of the centers of peace, and also bake Geneva, the Geneva Convention, as one of the pillars of basically creating a trust model that could bring all the ecosystem of companies in line with what we discussed in Tecacor together. So I would like just to give the floor to the founder of that initiative and CDI.
Hello. So I'm not Brad Smith, but again, everyone knows this, so that's quite fine. No. It's very difficult to go just after you because it's like wow. So I'm afraid I'm going to be a bit more trivial, and. It was interesting to listen to what you were mentioning about the metaverse, and I was just wondering, and maybe it's just me, if everyone knows what the metaverse is. It's like an agreed definition. I found a very funny article the other day on The Verge, I think, and they were trying to make a definition of this. It doesn't make any sense because everyone is understanding this a different way. So for the sake of the 3-minute address, I would just like to propose 2 definitions. I think they're interesting. The first one is that the metaverse is supposed to be an environment that you access via technology, in order to get an experience that is real-time, that is immersive, that puts you in sync with an unlimited number of people, and where, most importantly, whatever happens, you feel presence. So that's the definition I found is quite interesting. And the second one that I prefer, in fact, is a moment in time, so it's nothing to do with technology, it's a moment in time when you would feel it makes more sense to be in the metaverse than in the physical world. And both of those are definition of the metaverse. And I found that interesting because to what you were mentioning, Roxy, is both of them needs like, okay, technological layers. So we talked about AR, we talked about VR. I read about specifically brain-machine interface in order to have more immersive experience. We talked about AI-generated content, and as it was hinted by Carlos, my background is cybersecurity. And to all these words, it's like, wow, what's going to happen there when we are going to reduce the cognitive distance between us and the interface? What's going to happen up there? I think it's good when all these technological breakthroughs are looked into to learn what worked and what did not work when we moved from pure technology to a lot, to Web 2.0, towards Web 3.0, etc. The first thing is about regulation, and I would be very curious to hear from everyone about, where do you feel regulation is about this, if it's even needed, if it's going to fit or not. And what is the place of the human being in the regulatory framework that is going to happen in the metaverse. So it's not like I'm calling for regulation about the metaverse. I'm not commenting about the fact there's tons of regulation already happening that is going to have an impact on everything that we're talking about, and I'm not even sure that everyone knows. There's at least 3 regulations in the European Union that are now, in the pipeline, like the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act, the Terrorist Content Online Regulation, the regulation against child sexual abuse, and all of this is going to have an impact on any piece of technology which is, in fact, managing content that is presented to user. So whatever innovation needs to take this into consideration, because what's interesting is that they are not thought through, this regulation, with this discussion. I'm pretty sure I know these people quite well. They don't talk about the metaverse, and no, they don't. So interesting for this group also to have that in mind. And I would recommend to be proactive towards regulator to explain what you're doing. It's quite important. The second bit would be not to make the same mistake. It was mentioned by Alisa from Cloudflare earlier, and I like this very much. When the beginning of the internet, it was all about connectivity, going together, innovation, etc. Security was not put in place, and we see what is happening, and we see, sadly, in the context of a war, cyber attacks are using flaws in security to disinform, to attack, to disrupt, to destroy, because it was not thought through. So interesting. Cyber attack? Cyber attack or battery? So having that in mind when it comes to projects that are metaverse-centric. And just to say that I'm super excited with everything that you do, because I'm a gamer, so I guess you all work a lot with video game companies that gave me the closest experience with the metaverse. It was in Resident Evil 7. I was sitting on a table, and there was this crazy family that wanted to eat me for dinner, and I can tell you I slept very, very bad. So yeah, immersion and sensitive feeling of presence. So thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. That's a very great, and I fully agree, regulation and be as much as we want compatible with international standard. And Geneva is a great city for that, because it's a city where you have WHO, ITU, WIPO, all the international organizations, and they are standard organizations. And that's the endeavor to make Geneva one of the trust centers in the world for the fourth industrial revolution. So, Stefan, thank you very much. So I will continue introducing now a very special guest, which I am honored, by the way, to be with us here in Davos, which is Monsignor Lucio. He's basically the Vice Minister of Communication of the Vatican, we can call you that. So he runs the Vatican communication. He's also a scientist by education and heart. And yesterday with David, and we had an amazing, the day before yesterday, at CNBC, where we discussed where is the role of the human on the metaverse, and how we as a humans can be protected. And we have here a representative of the Vatican to give you some ideas. So I give the floor to you.
Thank you.
You have it, okay.
Well, thank you very much. Well, the role of the church in the story is not to create or develop the technology, but the role in the culture is to promote and to accompany the culture all times. The proof is, we can see that in the Sistine Chapel, no? Or the big masterpiece in the culture, in the art. And in this way, we are working for understand the role of the church into the culture, in this culture that is the metaverse, in the artificial intelligence, in order to understand the place of the human being in the middle of the development of the technology. We think that it is really important to understand that the role of the technology is to look at the identity of the human being in the middle of all the things. We look at for the ethic and anthropology, and we are looking for signed contracts and statement with the biggest company as, for example, Microsoft or IBM, in order to understand the role of the ethics in the artificial intelligence. We are looking for the place. That is our goal of the human being, because the person must not be a product of the development of the technology, but must be the goal, and the goal is the happiness.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Father. So you understand a bit the way that Wisekey operates, and this today is a good example. We are bringing people that normally don't talk together. I mean, people that are coming from cybersecurity. The meeting before on cybersecurity was very deep dive, and in terms of the situation in cyber war going on with Ukraine and how we can protect against criminal acts on the internet. We have our representatives of the Vatican, we have scientists, we have entrepreneurs, we have professors, and this is the way we work, because we want to create, we have artists, obviously, which is going to be reflected in the next roundtable. We want to bring the ecosystem together, and we want to learn from each other, because the information flow needs to be integrated from all sources. That's the way of the fourth industrial revolution. So I would like to give the floor now to our last speaker on this roundtable, which is Pierre Maudet. So for the people that doesn't know Pierre Maudet was the Minister of the Economy in Geneva for many years. It was one of the most predominant political figures in Switzerland. He was also running the airport of Geneva. He ran the police, so he has been running many complex operations. And now he's helping Wisekey on the digital transformation. So Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos. A very short notice, because you speak much more better of the metaverse than I, but you always need a politician, also in a roundtable. Why? As former mayor of Geneva, because it was maybe the most interesting function. As a former politician, I always rely the technological aspect to the trust. Trust is for me the most important topic, also in the metaverse. And what we are doing, what we are trying to do with Wisekey is to ensure that in the metaverse, in the Web 3.0, we can rely the technique to the autonomy. We work a lot with Carlos, with the whole squad of Wisekey, on the topic of autonomy. The idea is that we must have a more human-centric approach, that we are not only facing consumer, but also citizens, also humans, and that is what drives me to work with Wisekey, especially on this matter related to the identity on the metaverse. Maybe Carlos will say some word about that after the roundtable. At the end, we have a very specific project on that, and I think the identity in the metaverse is the most important topic for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So because we are running short in the agenda, maybe some questions from the audience, if you have any questions to any of the speakers, and then we will move to the NFT award session, which is going to be amazing because we're going to have a lot of artists joining us. So floor is open. Time for a couple of questions. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I have a question to the first speaker, to Professor from Canada. So you presented, I could just put my goggles and immerse myself in my financial reality. I do not know if I want necessarily, but okay. So the question is, looking at it, let's say, and you mentioned that the identity is mine. So, because if I go to my, whatever I have now about myself, to my bank, which is not in 3D, I would like to clarify what is the difference. Yes, if Google would immerse me in that versus when I have my identity to myself. I mean, what's the difference? It was not very clear from the demonstration, and I think it's very important for everyone, but for me as well, to understand.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I'm glad you brought it up. I think when you look at an experience like that, I think as one of the panelists mentioned, there are layers beneath that perhaps can differentiate it with what's happening in the industry now. The approach that we see with many large companies, especially when it comes to the data, it's centralizing that data in a repository that acts as a black box to you. And all of that data needs to be centralized before you can render an experience like that. What we showed here is that the data in this rendering that we showed is actually coming from 16 different locations, not just from one bank. It may come from your insurance provider, it could be your medical records, it could be your bank data, it could be your transactional data. These data assets are all owned by you, but not one company owns them. So our ability to orchestrate them with a policy and consent, so you can actually fetch all of that data assets without co-locating them, because as I think previous panel mentioned, co-locating data is very much correlated with cyber attacks, with security issues, but also you have a say in terms of what type of experience you want to create with those distributed data assets. It's something that is unique in what we showed. And I think one of the key things that Metaverse is enabling is this cross-industry experiences that you can create. Think about the relationship between an insurance company and the medical sector. And if you can bring them together, the insights that you can generate that allows you to make better decisions perhaps are valuable. But who trusts one organization, whether a large corporation or a government, to own and centralize that data? So perhaps that may be one of the key differentiations on what we just showed, which the interface, which may look similar, but it's very different than how we render it.
Yeah, just to add something, because I guess your question is going there. So we are part of the Cyberspace Institute with a project of the European Union when it comes to collaborative analysis in virtual reality environments. So, and we had the same question from the analysts. Okay, I have my screens, I have my data. Why do I need to put something like this to get better? Because in fact, the decision making and how you relate to the moment is very different. And now we have analysts that can tell a story about when they were in the data. And that's the way they transmit the story to you. Say, yeah, yesterday I was working with that person that I don't know. We share the same space. It was around me, and I was within my data, and I could connect this bit with that bit about that crime that I'm investigating. And the way they talk about it, the way they memorize it is very different. So it goes just beyond the representation. It's how you're going to relate to the experience in the future.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will be moving to the next roundtable as with time is pressing. I just would like to inform that they are on the YouTube broadcast. We are adding also a presentation from Mr. Eric Salobir, which is the president of the Executive Committee of the Human Technology Foundation. He couldn't travel to Davos, but he has contributed his with a video recorded. And we also have Mihar Sukla, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Automation Anywhere. So this information is collected in the broadcasting link. So we'd like to, if you can give a hand to this amazing panel, and thank you very much all for your participation. Maybe just if you can stay here 1 second, we can take a picture from the photograph from the panel. And I start to call the NFT artist. with artists, to a book that is a bestseller, to many things that have not been seen yet on the NFT ecosystem. So, because the roundtable, we have some Spanish speaker, and I think also there are some Spanish speaker in the audience. I will be asking the question in English, but if the answer is in Spanish, you can feel comfortable to do it, and I will translate to English, okay? So, to start with, and this is really my coup de cœur, comme on dit en français, it's Maite Spinola. So first of all, maybe give an applause to Maite because she really deserves that. Maite Spinola is one of the best artists in the world now. It is a person that started her career by just working with Miro, right? And Miro, which is, as you know, is the Gran Maestro, Spanish Maestro, inspired her all her career. She's a philanthropist. She has been running museums and creating museums around the world. She has a network of museums where she's showcasing art. She has been helping young artists to enter into the market. And she has been with us a pioneer on NFT. I met her in Miami during Art Basel. And she knew everything about NFT. And I was so surprised because I thought that she was only a traditional artist. And she then started to explain me what she was doing on NFT with the help of Pedro Sandoval. And her NFT was actually showcased in the Times Square in the Nasdaq Tower, which created a huge amount of attention to her. So her NFT is actually now in the WiseArt platform. And I would like to ask Maite, with all the background that you have in your entire career, what is your advice for young people that they are entering into art, and how you think young people can benefit from this amazing experience that you have and this vision of the industry moving from traditional art to digital art to the metaverse? You can answer me in Spanish.
Thank you so much. My English is very bad. I continue in Spanish. Thank you. Well, a la juventud, a todos los jóvenes que empiezan o que están allá en el camino, yo les diría que no busquen el dinero, que no busquen el éxito. Lo que tienen que hacer es lo que ellos mismos sientan, buscarse a sí mismos dentro del camino que han elegido del arte y, por supuesto, hacerlo con la máxima ilusión, con el máximo cariño y con mucho esfuerzo y mucho trabajo. Así se llega siempre, pero eso en el arte y en todo en la vida.
So what she says is that, her advice to give to the young people is to be passionate about art, to not necessarily follow the money at the beginning. It is all about your commitment on art, your perseverance, and the fact that you have to feel in love with art to break through. The rest will come automatically.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maite. Be a big applause to Maite, please, because she's really deserves that. So anyway, we will open later the floor to discuss among ourselves. I would like to maybe give the floor now to a very important project that Wisekey has launched, both with Sandoval and also with Emilio. Emilio represents the Casa de Alba, which is a royal family casa. Is one of the most prestigious foundations in Spain. He has an amazing collection of art that goes from Goya to the Cartas de Colombo. And they have a museum where you can visit in Madrid, which is amazing, full of pieces of art. And they also started to realize about the NFT and the metaverse. And we did together the Carta de Colón, which is the letter of Colón when he discovered America. And he will tell you this story. I don't know if you want to do it in English or again in Spanish, whatever you prefer. Whatever. I think you are good English.
I will try in English, but I will use the Spanish too. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to here with all of you. And thank you very much to Carlos and Wisekey to invite us for this amazing project. House of Alba, because maybe some of you don't know, House of Alba is one of the more important families in Spain, in Europe maybe too. We have 500 years of history, and from the first Duke of Alba until now, the actual Duke of Alba is the 19th Duke of Alba. this family was promoting the art, was making everything in the art and in all the kind of art. Then the next adventure for us was try to jump to the metaverse. And we were thinking with Pedro and with Carlos and with the people, Carlos Moreno too, what was the best way to open this new adventure. And for that, we decided go to this next screen with Cristobal Columbus. Cristobal Columbus is the discoverer, the more important discoverer for us in the world, was the person who discovered the new world. And for us, that is open a new world in the metaverse. That's for that we try to advance or to introduce House of Alba with Carlos and with Pedro with this NFT. But I want to tell you about just 1 minute to tell you about why we have these letters in our patrimony, in our foundation. It's the only 21 letters that we have in private property in the world. We have these 21 letters, and we have the first map that is one person draw of the new world. We have the map that Cristobal Colón draw in a piece of paper of the Española island. You know, the Española is Dominicana, Republic Dominican. And the second Duke of Alba was get married with one of the grandson of Cristobal Columbus, and then for that, these 21 letters arrived to our house, and this map too. When the actual Duke arrived to the House of Alba, was the actual Duke after his mother died 10 years ago, more or less. He decided open the art, open the House of Alba to the citizens, to the people, to everybody. We have different palaces in Spain. We have the principal is the Lidia Palace is in Madrid, but we have another palace in Seville, all of you know, Dueñas, and in Salamanca too. And we have several palaces in other points of Spain, but this is the three more important palaces that we have. And it's in Lidia, where we have these 21 letters of Cristobal Columbus, and where we have the map, and we have, like Carlos told us before, we have Goya's painting, we have Tiziano's, Rubens, Velázquez, and we have a different document of the Spanish history. We have, for example, the will of Fernando el Católico, was one of the principal kings that we have in our history. Then for us, it's a really, really special to go to the metaverse with our art, because our Duke, obviously, all the foundation, understand that is the next step for the art. And we always promote the art in all the ways. And in this case, we want to try to open this new world with Cristobal Columbus. Maybe after that, it depends of my artist. Maybe after that, we will make a NFT of Goya or NFT of the map of tapestry. I don't know. We are really humble. We really, because for us it's a absolute, it's a new world for us. And We will do everything really slow, really safe, and obviously with the best company that we can find, YC and Pedro. Then, well, it's a pleasure to stay here with all of you. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for listening our exposition to this new adventure that we have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So just to document this amazing bridge between what we call tradition, museums, masterpieces of history into the NFT. Obviously, you cannot just make a picture of the letter and put it on the NFT, although it has huge value because the original letter was valued by Christie's by $100 million. So this is where the artist aspect comes into consideration by creating a masterpiece, which is what you're going to see now. And I'm going to let Pedro Sandoval to document his masterpiece. So Pedro Sandoval is an amazing artist, Spanish and Venezuelan. He's considered one of the top NFTs artists in the world. He's a new dimension, a new category in terms of what he can do and how he can exploit all the potential facets of an NFT. And Pedro has put his knowledge, art, innovation, and creativity to the service of the Casa de Alba. So the video is yours. Explain the NFT, the longest NFT in the history. Can you run it?
Bueno, buenas noches. Primero quería dar las gracias a Emilio, a Carlo, a Wisekey, por darme la oportunidad de crear esta maravillosa pieza escrita por Cristóbal Colón, la primera carta que le envía a la reina Isabel.
So I would like to thank everybody, Wisekey, for Casa de Alba for the attention, for the first letter that was writing to
Disfruten del NFT.
So in that NFT, he's mixing history with fantasy, and he's adding few dimensions that makes the NFT totally interactive. So now he's creating animals that never existed, or maybe they existed, but they were exterminated, which are animals. Each of them is actually an NFT itself. The animals are then going into a virtual metaverse where they're going to be acting. So this is him on the, this is symbolized Pedro itself as a young child, right? Yeah. Inside the metaverse, hosting Colombo.
Ahí le doy a Colombo una carta con los chamanes mágicos para que evite la maldición de Neptuno.
So now he's going to bring him to the boat to neutralize the Neptuno maldition. With curse, which was due to the fact that they visit these unexplored waters. So this is Colombo writing the letter, and those fantasy animals and sea figures are all part of the NFT. A virtual reality edition of this is prepared so you can navigate inside the universe. What is important here, each element, each figure is being minted in the blockchain so they can continue having their own life, not only on this video or this NFT illustration, but by themselves. So all that creativity comes from the mind of this amazing person, Pedro. So he's continuously creating. He doesn't stop to think, and he can bring history to a dimension where young kids now can learn what happened with Colón. They would like to be inside the motion, they will never read a book or they will never bother to go to the museum, but this will activate their curiosity. So this is the queen, right? When she received the letter.
Use de modelo a la reina actual.
So he used the face of Leticia, the current king of Spain. So that was Colombo returning. Actually, he returned to Lisbon because he needed money, right? Yeah. So he's creating a metaverse new generation of ship, which is the one that in the Colombo imagination he would like to have in order to go faster back to America. And this is the letter. So that letter NFT is actually equal to the original letter with $100 million valuation from Christie's. That letter is minted now in the blockchain, and this letter will go around the world in museums and governments that they would like to cover the story, and they can team with the Casa de Alba in order to display this history and learn more from Christopher Colombo. So big applause. Okay, so let's continue. This is only the beginning. So I would like to introduce now Juan Antonio March Pujol, president of the Foundation ONU Art. So this is a foundation of the United Nations on art in Geneva, and he has an amazing project, and also he wrote an amazing book that I would like him to brief us about it. We are going to be in July, we're going to be present in the United Nations in a very amazing room, which was created by an Spanish actor. You will explain in a minute. And that room will host one of the top opera singers in the world. And we're going to be issuing the first NFT of a song. So we are also now minting songs. And I'll let you explain the project in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for giving me the possibility to be here with such amazing audience. Well, my few words are a little bit relating to the metaverse and also to the NFTs. Everything starts with the idea that we are now on the edge of a new world based on the great capacity of each individual, you know? Nature has already shown us with the fingerprints that diversity is absolute in this world. So the nature has been able to do 7.5 billion of combinations only in 1 inch of the finger to show that everyone is different. So imagine what is the capacity with the brain. Every brain can produce totally different things. So the key thing is to go to the new century where creativity is absolute in the human beings. So I wrote a book that was Momentum with the idea to encourage our new generation to go to this mantra. We need to go over the world based on states to the world that unblock the talent of each one. So the key world is what we call the one humanity world. And the reality is inspiring the metaverse. But the key thing is that the metaverse should inspire the reality. So our idea is that maybe we can create with Carlos, through Momentum, the new world where we should move. As it has been said before, a no is not an acceptable answer to our ambitions. What I say that? Because we have 2 areas. The area where everything is changing through artificial intelligence, but at the same time, all these great improvements in everything, in changing the situation of the oceans, in changing mobility, is totally fragile if we don't have a new global political architecture. And in the book, Momentum, it works in these 2 different edges. How it is moving in each chapter of our life, mobility, communication, financing, medicine, etc. And at the same time, how we have to create the new political order. And the new political order has to go beyond the states. It has to go having the individual as the center. One can say, well, this is very, is a dream, is impossible. I say, no, we have already a clear case in the Constitution of the United States. This Constitution was created in 1787, only for 3 million people in a small part of the United States, with a very consistent and, let's say, identical group of people, mainly Anglo-Saxons. This constitution has expanded to regulate the life of 330 million, so 100 times more. It has gone from a tiny part to a very big part, from a very small group to every kind of group, people from Africa, from Asia, Latinos, etc., and from an agricultural society to industrial, to technological, etc. So if we created a frame in the 18th century that has survived and regulated the life, we can very well create today the new global political structure, and Momentum is the book that's going to show that this is possible. But inside Momentum, it is said that art plays a very important role in the life of the individuals. And we think that is the moment that the creativity of the individuals will be shown in the NFTs. So we created in the United Nations, we think, the most important work of art, that was the art of Miquel Barceló in the Dome of the Human Rights. We are now going to create on the 14th of July the work more plastic and visual that exists these days, that is the work of Rafik Anadol, that will be open in the United Nations on the 14th of July. And we think that what will be created in the United Nations should be transformed in NFTs through Wisekey. So I invite you to be with us on the 14th of July and to follow very closely what we are going to try to do with Momentum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So again, another dimension, mixing art, the United Nations, Kaufman, opera singer, a project to create a new paradigm in the global governance. So this is the new economy where things are getting together to create a new paradigm. So I would like to, maintaining the United Nations approach, we have here the professor and dean of UPeace, which is in University for Peace in Costa Rica. Juan Carlos, I met him in Colombia in a illicit trade, very serious, very complicated roundtable that we run on illicit trade, because illicit trade, especially in Colombia, I can imagine going to speak about illicit trade and corruption in Colombia and without bodyguards. But we did it, and he has an amazing project I would like you to describe. So basically, he's a fighter for peace, and he has an international organization. He runs an international organization. In plus of that, he lives in an amazing, his university is an amazing protected area, which I would like also you to explain. Juan Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you for the invitation. I represent the University for Peace. The University for Peace is a UN body. It's a university created by the General Assembly 40 years ago with the purpose to train people in peace. As you can see, we are not very successful, I'm afraid, with the situation that we see today. And we want to increase our impact. We want to get, more and more constituencies. And I have a wonderful conversation with Carlos in Colombia, and with the idea that we need to open new spaces. As was presented on the previous panel, the idea how we attract this young generation of people, these people who are, hacking the account of the professors. We need to open a space for legitimacy. And if the United Nations has a body, has an institution that trains in peace, that is on the metaverse, and open the space, we believe that we will transmit our message of peace, and we will take further. So the idea, I will follow the advice of the Casa de Alba, 19 generations. We want to go slowly because also, as we discussed earlier, the United Nations goes always slow. But the idea is that we want to incorporate everything that we have. First of all, the university, the main campus is a wonderful property that was donated by the government of Costa Rica. It's the last primary forest of the Central Valley of San Jose, 300 hectares that we don't use it, actually, we just protect it. We use it around 20 hectares. And we want to take our message and what we represent on the world, our campus, that is a completely virgin campus with nature, and the message is composed basically on two big ideas. The conflict starts on the mind of the people, and we need to work in the mind of the people to construct peace. And if we want peace, we need to work for peace. And these are the messages we want to take into the NFT. Thank you very much again, Carlos, for this.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, and welcome to Davos. I know that you came all the way from Costa Rica to Davos. This is your first Davos, but I'm sure I will bring you back again in January, and we need to continue working on this project, because if something is important in our day, is peace. And having a university that teaches peace is actually a breakthrough, and I congratulate you for that. So we're going to move more now to the regulatory aspects of all this. And we have an amazing lawyer with us, Mark Hawkes, which runs the Hassan International firm. He's one of the major partners there. And Hassan International firm has been behind the success of Gibraltar to become one of the hubs on the metaverse. Gibraltar economy is, as you know, cryptocurrencies, blockchain, and it has managed to become one of the references in the world where multinationals, cryptocurrency companies move to Gibraltar because their jurisdiction is so well adapted. So I'll let you explain the miracle in Gibraltar and the projects that you're doing there.
Well, thank you. For a minute I thought you were going to ask me about my credentials in art, which are very dodgy indeed, but we'll come on to those in a minute. First of all, I'll just correct a small correction. I'm the COO of Hassan's international law firm, but I'm a financial person by background, so I run and administer and try and manage lawyers. Anybody who's a lawyer will know that's a very difficult task. It's like herding cats. But in terms of Gibraltar and its credentials, Gibraltar, early on, with the advent of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, saw an opportunity, together with some other jurisdictions, to regulate a sector, to have proper money laundering standards, investor protection standards, etc., to protect the blockchain investors in blockchain industries. Yeah, so we introduced a regulatory framework around about 2018, where companies who really wanted to be regulated as opposed to the free-for-all, which cryptocurrency in some cases. Remember the ICOs of 2017-18, where people were raising money for nothing in the end. Yeah, so we have about 20 companies regulated in the crypto space. One of them, Zappo Bank, for example, which is founded by the foundation that was the biggest holder of Bitcoin at one stage. They had about 2 billion Bitcoin in them, and there is a link there to art because of our strength in the blockchain industry. We have a very sophisticated regulatory framework there. We attract offshoots from the crypto world, from the cryptocurrency world. And one of them, a year ago, was a group of Spaniards, who loosely were involved in the art world and represented artists, traditional artists, who said, hey, there's something going on in the NFT world. There's lots of easy money to be made there, but we don't know what to do about it. Yeah. First of all, money's not easy, just for the record. So we embarked on an event which we had the very fortunate to have Wise Art advise and help us on. We had what we think is the first substantial physical exhibition of NFT, of crypto art in NFT form in Gibraltar, in the beautiful premises of Zappo Bank. The first brick in the building we held it was in the year 700. So the thought of having something which is cutting edge art in something that is grounded on the solidity of something built in the 700s was very appealing. So it's a beautiful, beautiful place. A small place, only about 100 meters by 20 across. But what's incredible about this world is for such a small venue, we had 400, 500, 600 people visit us during the 3 days. the global media attention has been stunning. Social media has meant we've reached hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people through the event. And the follow-on from Gibraltar, for those of you who do not know, Gibraltar is actually, even though we call ourselves a nation, is tinier than Davos. It's absolutely tiny. But the event has been so successful that we now have a request from Madrid, the city of Madrid, to hold the new event in October there with one of the biggest media groups as the organizer. We did the first one very much with startup mentality, mind every penny, every euro you spend. The next one promises to be grander in an even more iconic Madrid building with real substantial backing. Yeah, but it all comes, I'll come back to your first question, to the regulatory framework we enjoy in Gibraltar, and something I think that needs to come into the NFT marketplaces or whatever, because we not only from a management of the money and money laundering and standards on wallets, etc., but also from all the things that I know you're passionate about, which is the cybersecurity angles. I mean, without mentioning names, but you can read platforms where millions just disappear overnight, etc. That's clearly not a way of creating the sustainable future going forward. The other thing that's very interesting is I've seen, if you like, the NFT market provides the confluence of two very different types of people. One is artists, art lovers, art investors, and the other one is crypto-friendly financiers who are coming into this world and starting to see crypto art as a new asset class. Yeah, slowly but surely. So even though the NFT market is no secret, has taken a bit of a battering in the last few months, just like cryptocurrencies have, and we're very, very excited about the future. We think this is the beginning of something very big and special. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Mark. That's great. Thank you. A big applause. Actually, I was so convinced about Gibraltar potential that we actually created Wisekey Gibraltar. So this is a new addition to the ecosystem, and we are actually promoting a project between Spain and Gibraltar to create a center of the fourth industrial revolution connecting La Linea and Gibraltar, which I think is an area of future. And not only that, is the area where I come from. I born there, so I am very close to this place of the world.
And I noticed, or you pointed out, you could see Gibraltar through the window
exactly
of your Wiseart metaverse.
Exactly. So you see
it's so small you can see the whole of Gibraltar, by the way. That wasn't the biggest of Gibraltar.
Exactly. So we are already embedding Gibraltar on the metaverse. So thank you, Mark. You have been amazing. I was in Gibraltar, and I know the work that you are doing. And Wiseart helped the crypto art event in Gibraltar, but this is going to go so many other places.
We're looking forward to having you in Madrid.
And we should next year, when we come back to Davos, just give an update of all the things we are doing together.
Thank you.
So it is very impolite to leave a lady, the last one to speak, but I did it for a reason, because she's going to also help me to give the awards, the NFT awards to everybody. But I also have the honor to introduce Maripia. Maripia is an amazing blockchain expert. She really is a coder, so she knows inside out. She's also very strong on regulatory aspects. She has been helping governments around the world in developing their policies, and she's also going to join the Wisekey board in June. So it is a pleasure to have you. Maripia, the floor is yours.
Well, Carlos, thank you for the invitation. It's the second time to be part of a panel and here in Davos. And I'm very honored to be with this panel. First of all, I want to tell you that it's the first time I feel a little bit intimidated, because you all have been doing great things in your different fields. And about the topic, it's going to be a wrap-up. I have been mainly lately be much more concentrated in general on green finance and the convergence on green finance and crypto assets and data from several angles. But what is interesting is that the last, I would say, month, you can see that NFT is not just used for art. It's also converging with sustainability, actually with tokenization of ecological services like plastic waste processes. And also I want to mention that Wisekey, Carlos and Gunter have been also pioneer on this, because in 2019, I think, they launched a project on tokenization of plastic waste of the oceans. So even when the word NFT was not a part of Google's top trends. So, and this is converging. Today you can find entrepreneurs working on the tokenization of plastic waste, for instance, and combine this NFT to when they sold the art piece on a marketplace. So then you can trade sustainability, what is great. And also what has been much more amazing is that the new world that Christopher Columbus discovered, Latin America, is also exploring using NFT for ecological service flows, but with institutions like banks issuing these kind of NFTs and in 2 layers, so each kind of biodiversity has a different token. And this is very, very important because as an economist that is not with us, Bernard Lettre, that he was from Belgium, for a long time he used to, he's considered the father of the euro, okay? And he always thought it was needed to have different kind of layers of monetary system because they have different time frames. And they are complementary. They don't compete if you make a very good design. And today, seeing countries in Latin America, I'm Chilean, that are in Latin America that are exploring using NFT in this 2-layer model, it really drives me in honor. And what I want to say also has to do with regulation. It's key, because if we want to foster innovation, especially financial innovation, that is key for every single activity in the economy, but also in society, you need to have a clear framework. And for instance, you have Switzerland that has an amazing framework for crypto assets in general, DLT, but also is pushing on innovation for green finance. And as you know, so here you have Crypto Valley, so probably there's a lot of projects and probably using NFTs that are going to come from here and from countries like Latin America, where you have the support of government. We are in a moment in time that things are changing. Even if a central bank issue a CDBC, it completely affects the whole financial system. So we are all learning, and in this learning, we need cooperation. Not just, we cannot do this in a closed room. We need to involve different stakeholders so we all learn and understand the risks and opportunities, and we can support each other to find the best design of monetary systems in general, because I'm telling you, monetary system affects production systems, and that affects the society. And this is going to be key. And I'm very honored. I want to also say that here, the lady that I have, it's an amazing lady, because, imagine we are a panel, yes, very diverse, very diverse from topics, but, there's a problem with crypto in general, and it's a generational problem. Not everyone gets to understand and get involved. So the fact that Maite, that was a pioneer, in her age, in painting, now she got involved in NFTs. This is very inspiring, not just for the young generations, also for all generations, because they also have, opportunities in this space. So you're very, very inspiring.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I know that there's one question there. We're going to try to make it very brief because like that everybody can go to have fun. It's not fair that only one group of people are having fun. So just few questions, and then we're going to give the words, and then we're going to join everybody else. Please.
Thank you so much, Carlos. I'm Johanna. I'm a cross-pollinator, and I'm delighted because I also work at the intersection between policy making, corporate world, and arts and culture. My question is, well, one question, and I also want to offer you something. I wonder how do your practices are connecting with communities and social causes? That's the question to whoever wants to answer. And also, I'm delighted because I'm here particularly to bring more of the humanities in the conversation. I say technology is very important, and for as much as we create that social progress, we're also losing more contact with the humanities directly, in the sense that as we're becoming more digitalized and digital literate, we're becoming more human illiterate. So I've just launched yesterday a project to reestablish handwriting. That's one thing. And here with me in this first trip, it's the equivalent of the Minister of Culture from the UK to the world. He's the Global Arts Director of the British Council, and they just won the Venice Biennale Golden Lion. His name is Eskinder. So we're very happy to collaborate and speak further. Thank you.
That's great, and welcome, by the way. Absolutely, that's welcome. Now, I mean, maybe on the social impact, you know, Wisekey, I was in the UN, and that was my obsession from day one, from 15 years, is to provide a global inclusion. When I was told that the digital divide, I hated that word, digital divide, the fact that you're already saying that, you are creating the division, right? When you are developing an internet and the web that only a very small amount of people can benefit, that's obviously not fair. But that's why the entire mission of Wisekey has been, from already 23 years, has been to decentralize the power center from identity on the platform to the individual, unleash the potential of the individual. Human being has an amazing potential, but has not been unleashed because the tools have been controlled by a minority, which has made an economy which is a $10 trillion economy and has excluded everybody else. But before it was a wishful thinking because we didn't have the technology tools to achieve that. Now decentralization, blockchain, ledgers, NFT, cryptocurrency is actually a new tool that we can use with our creativity. But one thing I advise, it's no point to complain. We have to do it. We're going to have 2 years, very bad years. The next 2 years are going to be the difficult years. But there are going to be the years where we can create startups, we can create innovation, where we can create value. And I encourage you, especially with your young generation, to do so. So now, we're going to be moving to the closing. So first of all, hands to all the participants because they have been great. And I have here, it looks like the Oscars, right? But it is actually very heavy, you know, but it's amazing. And this is being designed by this amazing artist, which is Pedro Sandoval. And we wanted to make the point during the Davos event, like we do in the Oscars or what we're doing in Cannes, in Nice for the music event, for the festival film event, is to give an award. We call that the NFT award. This is the first time this is happening in Davos. And we're going to repeat that in all the events of Wisekey as we move forward. So we're going to be rewarding artists, we're going to be rewarding designers, cryptographers, entrepreneurs, politicians, United Nations officials, and they are contributing to this amazing revolution. So here are the awards. I will just maybe give one by one, and you can help me, or I can have my staff help me. They're very heavy. If you can give me two also, Gunther. So first of all, I'm going to give to mon coup de cœur, as you say in French, this amazing lady that is an example for all of us. So Maite, the first award is yours. Okay. And I don't know if you guys are going to take pictures of each award, so we have a souvenir on each of them.
Quiero agradecer inmensamente a Carlos, Pedro, muchísimas gracias, querido, mi hijo en el arte, Rocío, por acompañarme, mi hija, por supuesto al equipo de Davos, Pía, millones de gracias, Monseñor, muchísimas gracias. y que Dios os bendiga a todos. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mayra. It's really a pleasure. So, in the same order, I will want to give that to this amazing artist. Okay, he deserves. He's the driver. He's the creative force behind all this, which is Pedro Sandoval. So Pedro, I know that he has many awards, and this one is special because it's a familiar award, and he has done an amazing work to really explain what the metaverse is going to be. In 10 years' time, when you're going to see back again this work, you're going to say, well, is that not so normal? But you have to start to do it. So his creation of bringing artists to the metaverse is so amazing. Imagine 5 years ago, somebody will tell you that an artist is going to influence a technology company. Now it is the case. So congratulations for your amazing award. And they're taking picture. Yeah. So let's go back again, order by order. Maybe you can take this. I don't need. So now the Christophe Colomb Casa de Alba. I mean, this is an amazing project. Thanks for the confidence. It was not easy to convince a secular house, as it is Casa de Alba, to enter into the metaverse. We had endless discussions, and they grasped the idea very fast. And they actually are pioneering on that. You are maybe the only first organization that is doing this. So the world is watching you. We have to make it very successful because this is the benchmark. But I congratulate you for the vision as well. Thank you very much. Okay, more awards. So I'm going to go to peace, which is very important. So Juan Carlos, again, I am so glad that you managed to come. He came all the way from Costa Rica just for tonight, right? So he's working with us in many projects, very serious project like the fight against illicit trade, which is a $2 trillion problem on the internet. We have been participating in several conferences. We have been, I am also member of the PMI Impact, which is a group that fights illicit trade, and he has been also very much involved in that activity. So I'd like to reward you with that award and congratulate you for your work. We need people with peace. Yeah, Gunther, where's Gunther? Hey, Gunther. So Gunther Pauli, you got his message. He's really a pioneer, an inspiration. He's inspiring young people. In plus of that, something he didn't tell you, he writes the historic fabule for small children in China. He's one of the best seller in Chinese young kids. Then they buy their books and they learn their principles and inspire themselves. So you are contributing really so much for that, and you deserve that. So your award is yours. Thank you, sir. For sure. Okay, so we have more awards. Ken? Fine. So, Monsignor Lucio, where are you? Yes. So this is the first time I give an award to a Monsignor. And I don't know why. You know, the fact that you're already here. And you are bringing the vision of the church, and you are blessing all of us is inspirational for us. And that will remind you of this group of people that one day trying to make a better world, and you deserve that as being part of it.
That is just an invitation to work for the happiness for the men.
Totally. And this refers to victory, to world, to wise, whatever you want to say. But it is a symbol for the world. Thank you. C'est bon? Is that okay? No, but we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish. So Mark, this award is for you. Coming with me. So Mark, again, he's a low-profile person, but a high-duty doer. So he was inspirational. Yeah, exactly. He's a doer, and he's inspirational because his drive is to bring this digital economy to the next milestone, which is the fourth industrial revolution. And we count with you to do a lot of work together. So Mark, that's okay. All the best. And this is Maripia. So you are also a member of the award. Maripia is not an artist, but she's a digital artist in her heart, and she's a connector. I think the best quality of Maria Pia is to connect everybody into something that can be achieved. So congratulations for the award. That's yours. And then Juan. I'm sure the work that we're going to do in the United Nations is going to be inspirational. We have to prepare well. And I think it's going to be something that could be a breakthrough. So look forward to work with you on that as well.
With your creativity, we'll go very far.
Thank you. So thank you, everybody, for your attention. It was a great event. I have been talking since 7 o'clock this morning. This is maybe my 10th, so I'm going to have a drink now. But it was an amazing event. It's all being broadcasted. And we're going to take a picture with all the awardees and their trophies. And then we're going to have a drink.